Hi, pretty people. How you doing? Propaganda. Why not take a propaganda D's nuts?
Hi, hi. It's Stone. Hello, hi, welcome. I really need a cough. Hold on. Okay. Hello, hi, welcome. Lovely winner today is Kai. I did just take my vitamins. That also reminded me I need to actually go buy more vitamins, so I need to purchase vitamins later. I dropped frames. I don't know where, but apparently I fucking did. Okay. Anyways, hi Kai. Hi Doc. Hi Nikki. Turn up, thank you for 62 months. Thank you. Let me scroll. Sorry, the sun Nikki's coming. I'm wearing a loser's merch. It'd be that way. Hi, Haunted. Let's scroll. I think that's it right meow. At least those who have spoken and held their peace. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. I can see propaganda. That's the first thing I heard when I put my headphones on. I want you to know. Also, we have an update. I cut my hair. My hair is cut. So we have a fresh haircut. And by that, I trooped through. Should I really have gone out in public while I was not feeling well? No. I almost said yes, but I was saying yes to agreeing to me. Like, yeah, my brain hurts right now. I put it on to get pictures. You know, I actually took pictures too, Nikki, to send it to you, and then I fucking didn't because then I played Deadlock. Then I played fucking Deadlock. Anyways, hi. It's just short. It's short again. It's the usual. It's honestly the usual. I mean, honestly, nobody got pictures. I don't think. Let me see B. I need to fix my pantalones. I don't even think B. Oh, B got pictures, but she got pictures the next day because I was like, yeah, I have a fresh haircut. And then I sent her a decrepit picture of what I actually looked like now. Hee. Hold my piece. Yeah, I'll hold my piece. Raptor get clapped. God damn. Oh my god. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. Our tradition means nothing. I fucking took the pictures. Do you want the pictures? Because nobody else has gotten the pictures. And then, oh, I opened up a text message. That's completely fine. Did I send you the shoes I got, Nikki? You'll get the decrepit photo the next day. Okay. Who did I send those to? I think I sent those to, Justine. You can see the skirt and, like, wrap that I got as well. I got this, like, cardigan wrap. I got a shirt and a pair of pants too, but those aren't in the pictures. No one has seen those. Nikki just gotta. No. Okay. I was reading what Justine sent me. I'll have to respond afterwards. Ugh. My hair got in my eye right when I read that. 4 years for selfies. So how you feel? Oh, agony. So sorry. Likes B more now? I know, I'd just be actively messaging B. Sometimes me and Nikki aren't actively messaging. Do you ever get a haircut? Anyways, it's just short again. It's the same, like, haircut style, really. It's kind of extremely short right now, but my hair grows so fast it'll hit the sweet spot. Once it starts growing a little bit, then I'll be like, this is what I wanted. Like, exactly what I wanted. My haircut's gonna be so dude, no, Kai, I agree. I feel so refreshed having this haircut, so I know exactly what you mean. But thank you. It's just, like, reshaped and cut up. Because I think my hair was down to, like, here. So we cut it back up to here. So it's very nice. It feels so light. Also, she was telling me just, like, I don't know if I told you this, Nikki. Because I've talked to a couple of different people. But, she was telling me that my hair like felt a lot better. Like, I had a lot more hair than I did last time, and I was like, man, I was really stressed out over summer. Fuck yeah, I'm so excited, guy. I'd love a good short haircut. I know you're saying short, but I love a good short haircut. Coming from, did I still contemplate it. Like, what if I just buzz all my hair off? I won't. I love my hair a little bit too much. I will bully it though into different hairstyles. But yeah, I was apparently really, like, I knew I was really stressed and, like, depressed and everything from that show, but, like, the fact that even she was just like, yeah, you have a lot more hair than you did last time. I was like, oh, my hair was straight, just, like, dying. Yeah, I can't tell the difference. Maybe it's because you're you know, that might be a good reason. I mean, it when I saw the haircut done, I was just like, oh, it looks like you did nothing to my hair, but she did everything to my hair. It's just my normal haircut. It's just the fact that I didn't have this haircut for a while, and so it completely grew out. I didn't really do my bangs today, but that's completely fine. I didn't really want to. I have this one spray that Nikki gave me that I want to actually try now because I think it'd be good for the short hair, but I haven't, so I'm like, I'm not gonna spray it in my hair right meow. We're not gonna test it out right meow. Buzz off my fucking hair. I don't think I ever could do a full buzzed head. I'm gonna say I hope you didn't hear my neck pop, but I'm pretty sure you did. Pretty sure you did. Let me crunch up one leg. But it's very nice. It's just light again. And I need to learn to actually curl it. And I say that every time, but this time I'm like, no, I need to get rollers. Every time. It says every girl should buzz her hair at least once. Honestly, I could agree with that, Nikki. I'm like, might as well. Might as well. Like, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Buzz your head. Buzz your head, girl. Also, crossing my legs, folding my hands. What if I just move? What's that the image I was How was that kid posed? Hold on. I need to see this stupid kid. He's like, what if I just move? Also, Nikki, those red boots I'm so excited for. They actually really match that skirt that I got. Very happy with them. This hair, it'll go back exactly. That's why I bully my hair so much. Both with different hairstyles, and also sometimes I get mad at it, so then I bully it back. But because my hair grows really fast, that's why like my bangs are really short. Truth be told, I wouldn't mind getting really short bangs because my hair grows so fast that I could just live through all the different styles of bangs. Relatively cute. Relatively cute? No, I was reading Nikki's message. Relatively fast. So like I'm attached to my hair, but I'm not like attached to it. I like trying new things. Just moved to the East Coast. What if I just moved to Korea? What if I just moved to Japan? It's that time of year. There's girly thoughts, just girly thoughts. Hair means more than that. I buzz my hair, but I don't want to look ugly with my head shape. I feel like you should try it once, but like you have to time it perfectly, Kai, and also don't actually do it if you don't want it. But like when it's like the good heat weather and when you're dying from the heat, that's when you do it because then at least you'll be relieved of having a cool head, you know? So at least you win with that, and then it grows out. But I don't know how fast your hair grows, Kai. So I can't tell you to do something because I'm scared that your hair doesn't grow fast and you'll actually be in agony for a while. It is cute. I'm probably gonna try to wear them soon because fuck it, we ball. I don't know. I need to wear it somewhere, and I realize I don't go out of the house. Just moved over here and we vibe. You're so right. At least like I wouldn't be learning another language if I moved over there. So it would be beneficial. The same time my hair gets nearly buzzed every month. So anyways, real as hell. I'm gonna stand up because I'm shaking my legs so much. I have a lot of like energy, but at the same time I don't. Also, cinnamon roll got washed. So cinnamon roll is literally fresh. You can see how crispy white cinnamon roll is now compared to last time. Did literally covered in cat hair, which is fine, but also covered in dust. She's crispy and white. On Wednesday when I get yes, please. Also, I think we're gonna play Outlast Trials on Wednesday because there is a new event coming out, and so it's is it Elia? I forget her name. New Prime asset, new her event, but she's on all the maps, so I'm quite intrigued. So we'll probably do that. I was just making sure that was actually happening. You're late. No worries, Nova. Welcome in. Hello. I know cinnamon roll is nice and clean, Nikki. This needs a turn. Hold on. I don't want to tickle your guys' brain. There we go. I don't want to tickle your brain. I moved to for South Dakota, the exact center of the U.S. I mean, you would have a flex on everybody like, I live in the exact center of the U.S. You know, you would have a flex somewhere. Hello, quiet. How are you? My earbuds don't want to stay in, but I don't want to put my overhead ones on, and I can't put in my game buds because it fucks with the audio. Don't know why. but I don't want to try to figure that out. My computer has enough issues. That's the one I just don't want to solve right now. Tickle my brain, that's fine, but my lord, we were at Hooters for Super Bowl and I got so overstimulated. True. That is fair. I've been to Hooters once when I was a child, but it's so, one, in general, Nikki, it's so loud there, which is not bad. That's the vibe that it is. Thank you, Doc. Doc, you gifted another one too. You gifted one to Haunted. Thank you for the gifted to Haunted, as well as the gifted to Nova. Thank you, Doc. But especially with like anywhere you would have gone for the sport for Super Bowl, it's even 10 times louder. Yummy food? Yeah, fair. I can't really attest to the food because it's been a while. It was you? Wonderful, glad I got a haircut. I'm feeling better from my sickness. I did use lotion this morning that has made my head hurt. It smells so pretty, but it hurts me a lot. So I'm now going back to Vampire's Blood because it does not. It doesn't have the powdery smell, and the powdery smell, which I adore, does hurt me a lot. Hello, Steve. What is this? I put a spell on you. Not right now. I do like this one. It told me what a sub was, and I had no idea for ages. You know, fair. Fair enough. It's okay because you're just being gifted it anyways, so you don't even have to worry about it. Fried pixels. Not pixels. Pickles. Tex-Mex. Ooh, Tex-Mex and nachos. Kind of sounds really banger. How about you, Steve? How are you? For the Americans. I don't know who cares about football here. I don't think the majority of us actually care about football here. But like,
Hydrate, you bastard!
had some good food yesterday. That brats was wonderful. Hydrate? I do have water. Do have water because I've been drinking more water. I've tried, tasted, electrocuted. That is such a like description. I love that. What did booked image? Yeah. How to fix it? What were we talking about? Hard at work with many hours ahead of me? Well, hopefully it's good work and hopefully like you enjoy work. I wish you the best, Steve. I hope you're doing well. Where's all God, I can't get over the electrocuted. And the vibes were kind of off. That's fair. It's Hooters, kind of odd. Anyways, odd vibes to begin with. So fair. There for so long. Yeah, because you were you there for the whole football game? About football? I'm starting to... You don't like it, but unfortunately you're learning it. But I bet on it. Oh yeah, I did see your comment. You did lose. Okay. So you don't care, but you bet and you lost and you should never do gambling again. That's the conclusion. And I concur. Don't fall for the trap. Don't fall for no trap. I've heard better. What? We go there and what? You were there that long? You were at a house that long, Nikki, and it wasn't work related? Or concert related? I don't know what the hell that is.
Hydrate,
But then
you
again,
bastard!
I
Hydrate!
don't really care. I'm gonna hydrate with coffee. You would approve of that message, quiet. After losing it, hell yeah, it's coming back. I put that up, but then I raised my desk, so I need to put it down. I need to breathe. Okay. Back at it. Would approve? Exactly. You know what's up, quiet. Coffee. Coffee is what's up. Nikki, you remember how I was supposed to do that audition that was going to use like Brooklyn type accent? It was Brooklyn. I was thinking Boston. Well, one, didn't do it. Perfectly fine. I just realized I don't know if I should be doing that since I am nowhere near to that living area, and that would be kind of hell figuring that out. And it was a little bit 1 inch of rain on Wednesday. What the fuck? Just, yeah, a little bit of like, okay, realistically, probably not the smartest move, even though I really wanted to. Anyways, that accent now, unfortunately, since I was practicing it for a while, is now stuck in my head. So the southern accent is slightly gone. And it has been just replaced by the Brooklyn accent. So half the fucking time, half of the fucking time. Half of the fucking time when I'm playing Deadlock with the guys, I'm like, what are you fucking doing over there? I'm like, shut the fuck up, me. Shut the fuck up, brain. Get this out of your head. Anyways, that's the update for you, Nikki, on that. Streak breaks. I'll have a fucking mental breakdown for you, Kai. I've thought about streaming certain days, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't even know if Kai would like show up in a sense of like, I don't know if they would be prepared. I don't know if he would be ready. I would just have to stream until they show up. Like, I could not end stream until you or Doc show up. One of the original owners of Hooters. He was bought out, and they were changing all his standards, so he may tell. Oh, I just went near Hooters. That's so fucking funny. I love that though. I love that. I love that pettiness. Actors act. Learn those accents. Yes. The Brooklyn one is very funny and it's very fun. It's just unfortunate because it happened with a southern accent too. And the southern accent happened because there were silly little TikToks that I was seeing of people playing Valorant, except they're all talking to each other in a southern accent, like just for funsies. And it was really funny in my brain, so then it stuck in my brain, and it stuck 2 or 3 years. Now, unfortunately, since I was really heavy on learning like that accent, perfectly fine. It's stuck in my brain now. Which style southern accent? Honestly, that I ain't got no fucking clue. I have no clue. I'm gonna have to bring back the southern accent because I don't even remember it. Like, I do know it and it's still there. But it is really bad to the point that I have accidentally tricked people. And they don't think I am born and raised in California. They think I'm from somewhere else and moved here. And I'm like, no, unfortunately, I'm just a dumb bitch who is a little bit of ADHD and hyperfixation, and just hyperfixates on certain accents, and it ruins her. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, that's agony. What other accents can you do? What ones do you think you can learn? The southern ones are fun. I feel like they're I hear it in my soul. I hear it in my soul down there. Southern accents are fun. I like the Southern Belle accent. I love a good Southern Belle. And that's just like Southern Belle really isn't an accent. I feel like it's just more or less how you speak and the choice of some words of which you use. What is it? Hold on. Let's whip out my resume. Let's whip out the resume. Because it's the British RP, I believe. This one. Yeah, British RP. Russian is fun. I have it on there, but I don't actually know it. But it's something that I'm like, okay, I just need to listen to it and pick up certain syllables, and that's fine. So it's on the resume of I can do it. Do I know it? Right, meow. No. But yes. Be kind of impression. So impression. Impressive. There's certain ones like that. It's just like the way you say the words, and I really like it. It's really fun. I did whip out the resume because it's on my computer. Let me just see what I have it. Because the British one, I have learned the many different layers of the British accents in a sense of like how you have to like write it out on the resumes because the different like areas, different types and whatnot. So the British RP is the one that I like to do. And that's mainly making fun of people and mimicking things. It varies a lot, yeah. The British RP feels either British RP is the best description, high class. And it is not real. Fantasy like that one. Do a part where that would be really funny. I could make fun of you. I could make fun of you in your own accent, quiet. Pull your resume out? Yeah, I'm pulling my fucking resume out, okay? So, yeehaw in there in Texas. Southern Belle seems more like Carolinas and Georgia. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I don't think you'd be right on that. Be fun. It would be so fun. I do love learning accents. I have trouble learning certain accents, and it's simply because I don't know phonetics. And my teacher did teach me phonetics, but unfortunately I'm really stubborn and I refuse to learn. I didn't refuse to learn, it just doesn't stick in my fucking dumbass brain. Having me, if you show me a silly little video of them using an accent, that will stick, however. because the Brooklyn accent, I slowly pieced together that accent from different TikTok videos and other videos, like actual videos explaining the accent. But show me a good TikTok video and I'll just fucking mimic that. Mwah. So fun though, it is. It's just my stupid little brain doesn't like it. Hey Nikki, you want to teach me Korean? I would say Japanese, but you learned more Korean. Japanese, I can go crying to Jocelyn. Happy child. Okay, cute sweet. I mean, I have my phonetics. I wish I had my gamer buds on. Bringing out the Holy Grail. It's my acting book. Japanese is scary. I need to relearn. Well, Korean, I need to start from 0. 1, fuck Duolingo. 2, I need to actually properly learn the alphabet because I keep on learning the Korean alphabet and then I put it down and then I forget it. But then when I try to learn it again, it kind of comes back faster because I remember half of it. Japanese, I need to go back through it again. Oh yeah, see, I have some of it here. Some of the phonetics. Hold on, let's get... What do we got here? W, H, W, J, fucking whatever raises the back. Don't know what that means. My Japanese alphabet is a lot better than my Korean alphabet, which is shocking. But I think because I focused when I actually was learning Japanese on Duolingo, you know what I actually did? Instead of cheating, I read. I actually read the little, like, would you like to read this before going into this lesson that talks more about, like, the setup of, you know, sentences and how they work? I'm like, oh, yes, let me actually do this. So instead, I actually learned instead of just cheating my way through. Australia is also an easy one. Yeah, I feel like that's an easy one. I still fuck it up, but I'll be honest, sometimes when I do some accents, it's when you're not very clear on the accent and it slowly mushes into other things. And that's really funny though too. I do like mimicking H2O though. That is a very fun time. Yes, here's the start of it. The IPA and all my notes on it. And it goes, that's my monologue. It's all these pages is all the phonetics. And then if we go back here, okay, that's 3 systems of speech. We don't need that. Oh my god, why is it purple on this? I will say, this is it. Yeah. There was one thing that is on this test that pissed me off because I got it wrong. This pisses me off. This pisses me off. This last one is headache. And looking at it now, even in phonetics, I'm like, that's headache. Like, that's headache. I should have just been stupid and read it out like that. Anyways, there's one that is the phonetics, and it is the phonetic word for, it says bed. And I remember looking through all my stuff, I'm like, that's not bed. Like, that's not bed. Like, that's wrong. So the actual answer for it, I was right. But I got it wrong. And everybody else who put bed got it right. And I'm like, I see you. See you all. Look at all those notes. Can I bite them? Yeah, there's not that many. Oh. Come on. Get your dirty little butt over here. Come on. I'm gonna put you on the bed. Mochi's here. Come on. You gotta sit down somewhere. You can't just prance around everywhere. Okay, you gotta sit down. Mochi, okay. She's not gonna sit down. There's honestly not that many notes. I have techie notes in here too from my tech class, which means I have my Resident Evil notes because I did a Resident Evil project in my lighting class. Actually, I did it in my lighting class and my set design. I did a Resident Evil project. I think I like Resident Evil just a little bit. Not many people have that Southern Belle, Southern aristocrat accent anymore. And if they do, they're faking it because they want people to think they're better. Easiest way to describe the southern accent is a lazy mouth, to drop letters, and don't use your full mouth when speaking. Fair. Also, it's very funny, but I would like people to learn a Californian accent because it's very funny, and I didn't realize how much, like, how present our accent is with how we say words because we also drop a lot of letters, and it's just a very funny. She'll sit down when she's ready. She did sit down, so she was finally ready, I will say. I do have all my notes from, oh my god, from the first audition that I did. Yes, have I done another one? Well, hold on. Have I done another one? No, but yes, will I take this serious and write all that stuff down? Yes. Might as well. Might as well write down what I learned, you know? What's she staring at? I don't want Blythe right now. I kind of don't want this playlist right now, but it seems the best fitting one. You know, California accent like that. No, not Valley, just like actual California. Valley girl accents are only the Valley people, and they're the really pretty girls who I do not like them. But there's certain California. I guess it's a mix of California accent of how we say words, and then also our use of speech. Use of speech. Oh my god. Which I don't think is exclusively to us, but then everybody on TikTok's just like, yeah, what the fuck does that mean? Like, what are you guys talking about? I'm like, I don't know. Do you not say like, nah, yeah, nah, no, oh no? Do you not say like, yeah, dude? Or no, yeah, nah. That's the one that gets me all the time. But some people like to be like, what the hell are you saying? I'm like, it's not that hard to understand. And then people in the comments are like, I don't, we say this too. I'm like, yeah. True, we don't say that where I am. No, yeah, no. Which is infuriating saying, yeah, no, yeah. At the same time, because I'm like, what? It's so very clear that it's two different things and I know exactly what they mean, but I'm also like, oh my fucking god. Why do we like this here? But we drop a lot of letters for how we say certain places. Like we have, I'm gonna say the full name, Santa Ana, but we just say Santa Ana. But a lot of people, there's also a mixture of people who do still say the full word of Santa Ana. But I ain't saying I ain't saying the T. I'm saying Santa Ana. So it's very interesting. It's very fun. There is also the Valley Girl accent. But also California is very large, so I mean Southern California. And I say that because apparently Northern Californian people don't say the same slang that we say here, so I'm like, huh. I hate that so much, Doc, but it makes so much sense. Of yeah, no. Yeah, no, yeah. Means yeah. No, yeah, no. Means no. Yeah, no, yeah. Can either mean no or maybe. Yeah. It's so fucking funny. It's one of my favorite things. I love English. I love English. I need to learn a different language. I know Nikki recommended me a different app to use. I haven't gotten that on my new phone, so I don't know if I want it or not. I just hate it. I did enjoy Duolingo. I didn't learn too much from it, but it was, easy, fun app. Loved the owl until the owl turned into a bitch. Ow, 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 ow. Should I become more of your people? I was talking about about your family, Nikki. I was talking about your family to certain people, and it was so cute. You're like us. We're twins, though, Nikki. We're twins. Our people are twins. Okay, we're just like each other. You can't say that because we're disease. But also, I love all those memes. If we were hanging out and I was like, I'm gonna pick. Also, we use like so much. It is really bad. I'm gonna pick up some food. Do you want me to get you something? I'd be confused as what I should do. If we were hanging out, and I was like, I'm going to go pick up some food. Do you want me to get you something? be confused as what I should do. If I hit you, so Steve, if I hit you with a yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Sorry, I had to reread that twice because I'm stupid, Steve. Don't worry, I understood. I understood by like the halfway of reading through the second time. I was like, wait, shit. So I'm gonna hit you with a yeah, no, yeah, and what are you gonna say back? Learn Elvish, a language that would help you with literally that wouldn't help you in literally any situation, but it fits you because you give off Elvish vibes. I do. I love elves so much. I always wanted to be an elf, except I'm a fucking hobbit. I'm 5'2". I can't be a fucking elf. I just look blankly, and then I would follow up with the no, yeah. Like, no, yeah, dude. Help you absorb more tea. So true. Which is why I need to learn Spanish. Spanish, at least, I can hear certain words now. I'm like, oh, I had one time when somebody was like, oh, it was like the family talking, whatever. I don't know who it was, but they kind of judged me for it too. Because they were like, oh, do you know Spanish? I was like, no. But I know by that tone of voice and some of those context clues in that sentence, ooh, should be spicy. I mean, she wants food, silly. Yeah. You would just be, Steve, I just imagine you sitting there, just like, yeah, okay, yeah. Just the nervous hair tuck, just giggling, the nervous giggle, like, yeah, okay, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. If you get me food, awesome, but if you don't, I wouldn't care because I have an option of yeah, no, yeah. I gave you the are we are we playing a simulator game? Are we playing Baldur's Gate but IRL? Because we have like the different forms of text. Sarah approves of that. You earned favor from Sarah in the party. Also, Baldur's Gate is modded. We can take the entire party. Anyways, back on topic. Like, yeah. Right, Mochi? Yeah, no, yeah. There is a lady you don't ask, you just buy her food. She'll say something like, oh, thank you. I wasn't hungry until you walked into the house. Fair. I would probably pair it up with, oh yeah, I'm gonna get you food. And it's just like, oh yeah, okay. I'll just throw in another, oh yeah. Yeah? No, yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, it would be a, no, yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh yeah. Why do you look, I did just straight up ask, why do you look like that? Because I was trying to look at the emote. I couldn't figure out. It almost looks like it's like buff shoulders, but it's like dog. Because she makes it thirsty. It makes us thirsty, but we're talking about food, not water. Why do you look like that? God damn. God fucking damn. Oh, that's why the Brooklyn accent stuck a little bit more too, because I started playing Outlast Trials a lot more, and Franco Bambino, you wouldn't hit a fucking baby. Favorite fucking line. Love that. Can't just ask people why they're white. God. It's ironic, damn it. You right. I love this lotion. The other lotion just hurts. Finish my food? Want a little treat, but I can't have a little treat. Why can't you have a little treat? Do you not have a little treat? Why is it I can't? Why isn't it option? No, yeah, no. Yeah, no, yeah. No. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No, there's no treats. It was never an option. The bear deserves a treat. The bear doesn't. Oh. I learned how to take a sorry, everything malfunctioned in my brain. I saw Hunt Showdown updates. I was like, oh, Hunt Showdown. Wow. I miss her. And then it was also next night was routine community screenshots. I was like, oh my god, I learned how to take a screenshot on Steam. And by that, I rebound the key so I can actually take the screenshot. The bear deserves no. You'll make it there in plenty of time, Quiet. You'll make it there in plenty of time before the bear shrivels up from no treats. One quick little trip. Don't worry about it. Okay, I don't know what music we want. I'd like... I forgot how that band's music is so much louder than everything else, and I do enjoy that because I can actually hear it. But oh my god, what if I just make you guys listen to Stray Kids? I'm play Mountain. Calm, quiet music. Stray Kids. What else have I been listening to? Mountain. 80s and 90s Japanese city pop. Oh, wonderful. I should pick a Stray Kids song as my... Oh my god. Whatever song is my, like, alarm clock plays off of Spotify. Perfectly fine. But that means it gets on my repeat songs every fucking week. And it's so funny. Like, my alarm clock song was in my Spotify Wrapped. Auditory flashbang, literally. Oh my god, their song, the Sarah song by them, literally is always an auditory flashbang. That shit's so loud. And I love it because I can actually, like, turn down the music because I can hear it properly. But when it's compared to the other things and the other things aren't played as loud, I'm like, oh. Let me know. I'm gonna have to switch up my alarm clock because I think I've been sleeping through it. Fair. My second alarm clock is my nice one because maybe come to Brazil. I really want to listen to that song. That's cute. My second alarm clock is my 80s and 90s Japanese city pop, so it's a lot calmer. But my morning one, I have in fact slept through it a lot, so I think I too should switch it up. It used to be. Let's switch it up right meow, actually. Right now, right meow. It is in fact Simple and Clean, which I love. Oh shit, that's why, because I don't have my Apple Music. It used to be Block B. I think I used to do Her, which is a very loud beginning of the song, and it scares the shit out of me. I should play Phantom of the Opera and just Phantom of the Opera. Ooh. As alarm clock. I love Lonely Day. Meow 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 meow. I'm gonna do that one, and then we're gonna do Block B. Her. Yeah. Pretty sure I had Her. But then I switched it to Simple and Clean because I actually really like that alarm clock. Very nice. Very cutesy. Very demure. I should not have that open. That's too bright. I couldn't find the handle. That's Saturday night. Ooh. I haven't watched Phantom of the Opera in a while. I really should. I should decorate. Sorry, I just looked over at my K-pop shelf and I gotta do something about that, bro. That shit is atrocious. Sorry, Come to Brazil is playing first. I really wanted to listen to this one. They just made a music video for it. Unless we don't want Baby Money. No, we'll listen to Baby Money because then we're gonna wrap back to Lonely Day, so we need a little bit hype. For agenda today, we are playing Baldur's Gate, which is gonna be very interesting. I might make some more tea because I'm almost done with my coffee. And apparently my face fucking hurts. So I might get some allergy medicine. Because I know for... Damn! I don't know if Nikki's here, but I don't know if the goddamn lotion that I got, and I fucking love it. I'm not gonna give it up. Because I also have the spray, the, like, perfume body mist. That's what it is. But it's the sweetest song. It's so fucking good. I shouldn't smell it more because it literally hurts my head. But it smells so fucking good. It's like that beautiful, like, powdery. Okay, all of the lettering is in gold, so it's a little hard to read. I'm just playing a game on my phone. Oh, what are you playing on your phone? What games you got on your phone? Anyways, it's notes of blush raspberry, sugar crystals, and whipped musk. I think it's the whipped musk that really gets me because it just tickles my head too much. What is this one? Red berries, night blooming jasmine, petrifying plum. Whatever this shit is, I need this in a perfume. I'll put that there. On the games on my phone, since I can't play on my computer, what you got? Can we play games on your phone? Can I look over your shoulder? I can move the webcam so it looks like I'm looking over your shoulder. Like, you got any games on your phone? Yeah, I can make it look like that. I have no shame anymore. I will put the webcam up my face. That sounds like I was about to say something else. I was having troubles hearing his phone go off. He asked my mom for a song that would be loud. She asked me, and I found extremely loud ringing. Feels like it's 180 decibels. He called me an asshole for that. Guess what? He never had anyone change it because he could finally hear his phone. Hey, it may be fucked up because it's loud as hell, but it worked. So he can't be mad. It worked. Playing arrow puzzle game? Arrow puzzle game. Like to get the arrow out of the puzzle, like when it's like lines, but you only can you have to figure out which ones go out first. I've played the demo of that on an ad form while playing my other games. I like playing my color game where I have to unscrew the screws that are colored. I love that one. I'll sit here in the morning. I haven't done it in a while, but I'll sit here in the morning, put on my 20-minute Nuke's Top 5 video of scary videos, and I'll just play my little screw game while watching scary videos. Birmingham, I shoved a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. I love that meme so much. What I was expecting Sarah to say, and I'm disappointed because she didn't. Fair. Slightly disappointed I didn't say it either because that would have been really funny. So I'm with you. Oh. Mochi's kind of on the iPad right now. Hey girl. Are you using that as support? Can I get to it? Are you okay with me touching it? Oh, you were using it slightly as support, sorry. There's only one. It's the Screwdum 3D. Screwdum 3D. That's what I play. And I play it on my giant ass iPad like an iPad child. I am in all forms an iPad kid. I haven't played my Love and Deep Space game in a while, but I do still love that. It just feels like so much work because new cards constantly, and I haven't caught up with the story, and I should just play it casually. But then there's new pretty cards that come out, and I want it, and so then I have to grind for everything else and do that, and then do daily, so I actually haven't done any of the fun part of the game of story and just reading. You still got them jelly beans for no reason at all. For no reason at all. I ain't got no fucking jelly beans in this house. Didn't notice a magic card? Oh, yes! I don't know why I had to put my slipper back on properly to reach my iPad. It's literally right here. Gar, during Amadeus. Let me just lock this. During Amadeus, okay, they're a mess. I fix them every once in a while because they do just get shuffled up. Car and Gar gave me a whole bunch of things, and so they constantly went back here. So all these cat stickers are from Car, and then Gar gave us a pony Pokemon card, and then one magic card. It's Depart the Realm. So I have a magic and a Pokemon card back here. It's from Gar. Those two are from Gar. They would give out little random gifts. It's so cute. Oh, this used to be my alarm clock. So they sit back here still from Amadeus. Because I used my iPad all the time when I was there. Play Magic with Gar? Yeah, you should. Because, I mean, obviously, if he has some cards, he has more. I should buy more One Piece. I'm scared to go back to that card shop, though. I want to buy a whole booster pack, but it seems like it's so expensive there, but it seems it's expensive in general. I actually do want the female ones, though. But also, I want the male cards. I want my hot guys. I want my boys. But I want the girlies. One Piece. Oop. Trading. Also, I don't know. It was like, I feel like I was being shunned when I walked into there because I didn't know what I was doing. Also, I dress extremely fashion, which is perfectly fine, but I dress very fashion. So I usually look very out of place when I'm in there because I look like the girl who's just coming in to buy for their boyfriend. Like, no, sorry. I just really like fashion. I'm just a huge fucking nerd who plays horror games for a fucking living at this point. I say as I were playing Baldur's Gate. Uh-oh, her. Shit, I gotta pre-order Resident Evil. I haven't done that because I just kept on procrastinating on it. That's on me. Buy more bear cards. You gotta buy them together. Oh yeah, that's coming soon. Okay, the ones that I want are still not out yet. Recurring character named Gar. I love that. Created by most of the party. I keep laughing. Fuck you. I'm gonna have to tell Gar that. If Gar shows up, we gotta tell him. Hi, Fire. How are you? You have not. I have not done rolls yet. Okay, let's see, actually. Okay, so these are the ones that I bought. Also, this is great lighting. It's from GameStop's website. Thanks, no worries, I got you. Well, okay, we're just gonna do it now. We got more rolls. I'm doing good. I got a haircut finally. I feel very refreshed from it. I feel alive. Where the frick getting? Okay, first up is Turnip. So Turnip, I'm gonna do your roll now. Real as hell, Kai. Real as hell. 18, 5, and 4. No farm today, so a little sad and a little down. But 18 because you are here with us. Next up is Doc. 6, 18. And 9. So you got 69. You're doing amazing. I almost knocked over the metal dice. Would have hit the floor at a very high speed. Anyways, next up is Nikki. Nikki, get off your phone games. You're getting a roll. You got a 12, so you're doing good, but you also got a nat one, and I think it's because I just yelled at you. Can I finish Resident Evil? Last I saw you on the Rose. We are still in the Rose DLC. I had to leave that day, like, on time to get haircut. So we are still finishing up the DLC. Other than that, I think we're gonna go through one of the revelations at the least. But if not, I need to come up with a funny little title because I like the Adventures with Kai. But Thursday is now Adventures with Kai. Name tentative. Name to be changed. But next up, we're going to be doing Kingdom Hearts, which works out perfectly. Hold on, we're pausing rolls for a second. Because... Sorry, I breathed and I stood up straight. Yes, okay. Works perfectly because I wanted to take Kai through, Silent Hill. But I don't have all the old games because I've never played them either. But Silent Hill 1 remake is officially in development. So I'm like, oh, okay, we can take our time with Kingdom Hearts. Because that's going to take a fuck-ass time, bro. And then we can go on to Silent Hill, you know? And I think Revelations 2 is better. I do like Revelations 2 better. Revelations 1 I'm a little nervous for because it's on a boat. So it's in the ocean. And my little bear don't like the ocean. But I don't think we actually go into the ocean. I think we're literally just on a boat. I might have to look into it more just to make sure. Bear and Kitty's Multiverse Adventures. That shit right there. That shit right there, I like that. Wish I had just not fair. Fair, fair, fair. But yeah, we're gonna go into Kingdom Hearts next once we're, like, done with Resident Evil. Got Sappy title you could use? What Sappy title do you got? I like Bear and Kitty's multiverse adventure. This is the Final Fantasy Disney game, right? Yes, yes. We also could play through Final Fantasy games. I don't have them all though. That one's a little bit more tricky. Okay, Kai, you did have a roll from earlier, so I'll give you 2. 15, 15, 4, okay. Shit. Shit, fuck. Where the fuck did that land? Oh my god. Dude, that landed so far. You're doing amazing. You got a nat 20. Oh, your joints are doing awful though. You got a nat 1. You got the whole shebang. I'll tell you now. I'll tell you close to the time, but I can't do 2nd of April. It'll be a that's fair. When the fuck is the 2nd of April? Okay, that week. Okay, yeah, just let me know. I mean, I'll figure stuff out for community farm. Maybe we just skip a week and then we do double certain week, whatever. But yeah, we'll figure that out. That's no worries. Okay. Alright, Haunted. We'll see what Haunted gets. 18 at 22, so Haunted's doing good. Haunted ask. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Okay, there's that one. So now it's quiet. 18, 12, and 13. You were doing amazing too, sweetie. 2nd of April? If it's 2nd of April, I just mean when it's coming up. When is it getting closer? What's that? Sorry, I locked into One Piece cards. It was still on my screen. Sappy? Adventures with the Handsome Bear? That is very sappy. Hungry? What do I eat? Have you had breakfast proper? Have you had a breakfast at all? I'm assuming no if you're hungry. Really? Let me just turn my mic up in general. Make a good breakfast then. Just want a little treat. That's understandable. Yummy, yummy. God, $200 for like those full fucking things of booster packs is crazy. It's me? I ain't got no clue, Turnip. Nobody else has spoken up. Okay, as well, booster pack. That one. Let's see anniversary one. Let me go here. It's just crazy. The One Piece cards are so much. Oh, I was gonna check to see how much each are. Don't really have breakfast foods. Kind of want American. Go get yourself an American breakfast then. Do you have anything for an American breakfast out? Or do you need to go out? You know what? No, Nikki, you know what I want? And I'm very depressed about it. I want cowgirls. I'm so sad. We need to find a new place. We need to find a new place. Because, like, I can take you guys to my version of cowgirls. But I feel like collectively with Nash, we need to find a place. We need to have a girly breakfast day. Can we... Hold on, I'm gonna message. Oh, I can message on here. I'm so glad. Because I haven't seen my girlies in so long. I still have a Christmas present for you. Last dinosaurs. What are you doing on my feed? I follow you, that's why. Distracted. Sorry, Shaylin had a story. I can't believe the grass was people. That's so funny. I don't want Pitbull. Run, rabbit, run. No, we will do. Damn. You remember? But yes, I concur. A couple places by me too. Fair. Restaurant that closed? Yeah. Literally, Steve, we had gone to the restaurant And then like maybe a month or so later, they fucking closed. And this is a restaurant that they've been going to for a long time. They just had recently-esque introduced me to. And so we started going a lot more for like girly days. And then they fucking closed. Oh, so like a cowgirl fair. Can I do it for breakfast? I'll just put you up on the phone quiet. I'll put you up on the phone. That's fair. I won't go there without you. Fair. We need to find a new I want girly breakfast time. Well, we need girly breakfast time. Okay. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. I hate when I, yeah, literally. Because I have my version of the restaurant that I used to go to as a kid, and it's still open. I think it changed ownership, but like our head person who owns it, then person who runs it type thing has never changed. But I think person who owns it sold it. But I still love it. It's still good. Very classic. They have a meal that I've always wanted to get, and it is a version of pancakes, but it's cornbread. So it's cornbread and I'm pretty sure beans, because the pancake is not a pancake, it's cornbread. And it's so funny. And I've always wanted to get it. It's on Waffle House. Fair. It's so sad though. What is cornbread? Okay, best way to describe it. Corn you grind down so then it becomes more like it's like flour equivalent, and so you make with the corn powder you make bread out of it. So yeah, sounds so weird and probably not be good, but it's one of those things that yeah, it literally, let's see, I can't say the name because it's literally my hometown. Yes, it's chili cheese on cornbread. That's what it is. So I won't lie, it looks fucking atrocious too, because the pancake is cornbread. So yeah, but yeah, that's the best way. Best way to describe cornbread. You mill up corn so it becomes corn flour, and then you make it into little bread, and it's super fluffy. Usually, it's more on the sweeter end, not super sweet, but it's corn sweet. Make it's bread made from cornmeal. Other stable? Correct. Yes. I'm like, I had to think about it. I was like, I cannot just say it's literally corn and bread. I was like, okay, let me. Being silly, not knowing. Oh, no, don't worry about it. That's why fire. I was like, okay, I can't literally just say cornbread. I was like, let me describe how this is. And I think that's the best way because it's literally like dry corn. You make corn into powder. Corn flour. Take flour, make it to bread. Cornbread. Pretty simple, pretty tasty. I do love it. Warm cornbread with some good butter is always delicious. Corn instead of wheat, just like tortillas. Fair.
Hydrate, you bastard!
I
Hydrate!
love you, Nikki. We're gonna hydrate with the rest of my coffee. Okay, maybe not the rest of my coffee. I looked into it. I was like, that's a really big gulp. And I did that yesterday on accident. I was like, I shouldn't just choke up my coffee. It's so good. It is. I do love good cornbread. I'm telling you, warm cornbread. It's the same with making like blueberry muffins in the morning, like fresh, and you have butter on it while it's super warm and it melts into it. God, that shit's delicious. I was looking at fucking boosters cards here. Okay. I don't want this whole fucking set. I'm just looking for one so I can compare the fucking prices. That's coming soon. I feel like I saw it there and now I don't fucking see it. Those are art cards. I mean, most of their shit is fucking $7.99. I don't know why some shit is fucking $30 per one pack. And under a nice big scoop of chili. It just pairs nicely. It pairs nicely very well. I forgot Hot Topic sells some too. Oh, let's check Target. I really want more One Piece cards. I'm just trying to find the place that has like the best price. See, I want the booster box, the 24 packs, but that's just like $100, and I cannot. Like, I definitely could afford dropping $100. But should I? No, I shouldn't. You say it's corn and bread, but you can because it is. Yeah, but then if you say just corn and bread, it's like, oh, actual kernel pieces in bread. It's cornmeal made into bread. You take corn, dry it out, crush it up, flour, make bread. When I shared this song on Instagram and someone responded that we've been over this, and Alec doesn't know about marriage, I'm gonna scream. I think you need to kick his ass. Hello, everybody in chat. Can we all politely kick a man's ass? Maybe not politely. No, we have to do it politely. He's very awkward and he'll get very scared and very worried. So politely. Let's just say anything. I made it with, what's known as secret cornbread. Is cornbread made with a secret ingredient? Well, what's the secret ingredient? What did they do? Oh, he's just a little bitch. That was perfectly timed with that song. He's getting to the time frame where I'm expecting a proposal. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, yeah, that's his choice if he doesn't really like care about being married and whatnot. But like, fuck you. She's a perfect woman. Well, then, yes, do it. Exactly. That's why we need to beat him up because he doesn't want to, and not because he doesn't love her. He's just a little bitch boy. Where's my cat? He's munching. I heard noises. Doesn't want to marry me. Yeah. Okay, we're not gonna play Heartbeat. We're gonna play For an Armor. I hear a cat crying in the house. Oh my god, who's crying? That's what you get. You're in trouble. Hi, Goomber. Hella was howling in the hallway because she got in trouble and she's trying to apologize to her papa. She was beating up the other cats. That's what happened. It's been fucking 2 years? Brother in Christ, what the fuck do you mean it's been 2 years? I remember when we took him to the fucking... No, I remember when he said, yeah, next year we'll go to the Ren Fair together. I remember when that fucking happened and we were gay as fuck at the Ren Fair that year. And then, God forbid, the next year a fucking man comes. And we were still gay as fuck. But like a little less. Just a little less. Oh my god. Oh, but Nikki wants to be proposed to. But you could propose to him. I can go all incognito and be like, hey sir, like, you ever think about your dream dress? I can ask him about his dream ring. Hell yeah. Are you feeling better? Because you're always sick. Which, you know, mood. Me too. I get sick very easily. I'm gonna fight your immune system though, Goober. But I'm good. Finally got my haircut, so it's short again. And now I have Warframe music playing, but it's very dramatic. I don't know what music I feel like. We probably won't listen to music while we're in Baldur's Gate. I don't know, we might. Baldur's Gate is yap. Better fuck yeah for now. Literally for now. Fuck off, bug. I don't need you. Get the fuck out of here. Steal your pretty hair. Well, thank you, but also no. It's very soft. It's going to be greasy by the end of the day. And I say that because I keep touching it. So I need to stop touching it. But tomorrow it's getting the dry shampoo treatment. No ifs, no buts. I'm just going to put on the best. Okay, I didn't actually want Nickelback. There we go. Do I have any of his songs on here? Okay, no. We're just going to play this playlist right now because I don't know what the fuck to listen to. Oh, we can play this Bard playlist. She jumped off the thing. Your new job today? Like the vibe here a lot more. Fuck yeah. Okay, so it was a good first day then. Good first day. We like that. 80s hair metal playlist. This is called The Best. This playlist is literally called The Best. You know, actually, I do kind of want... I don't think I have. I think I do have them on here. I do! Do I want that? Or do I want... My ears hurt. I feel sick. I don't feel sick. I want to throw up. I don't want to throw up. My tummy hurt. My head hurt. My ear hurt. Anyways, I got all my complaints out. What do we want? Closing times on here. Do we want an 80s playlist? 180 BPM. Oh my god. One of my streamer like friends. I have not talked to him in a while. Really should. Lovely guy. Seemed really fun. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna fight him so much. I just happened to be on my other YouTube channel because I was looking at stuff and posting stuff for that. And so I follow him on that one. I subscribe to him on that account because it's my stream one. And I saw one of his like little shorts. I was like, oh, let me watch this. I haven't seen him in a while. And I was like, what the fuck? It was a K-pop hot take. And I was like, I'm gonna fight you. And politely, Nikki would probably really fight him. And that would be really funny. Not gonna lie. And next to the narcolepsy shit, don't even have software on the company laptop, so I can essentially use it for chilling during break and traveling. Oh, I love that. I love that because that just like is a very like trust system of like, yeah, that's fine. Speaking of music, I was at my sister's one act competition last week. Some 50-year kid had a Limp Bizkit shirt on. I had to do a double take. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's the group I was just looking up because I'm like, oh, do I want to listen to them? I was like, oh no, I don't really want it right now. I was gonna play My Way, so it's very funny. That's also very jarring. That's when I did my play. It had older music in it because it was like 80s and some extremely early 90s, but mainly like 80s themed. It was Limp Bizkit, and it was some of those groups just like, oh yeah, we have this old group, and I think their music would sound really good. And I'm like, oh my fucking god. What do you mean old? I felt so old. Punch some kids in the head, you know? You would hit a fucking baby. What's on my on repeat? Lot of Warframe. I think Nickelback is good. I love Rockstar. I just don't listen to Nickelback as much anymore. But I can agree. I also do love memeing on Nickelback though, because it's also extremely funny. So I'll take all of the above. Oh, did my tummy hurt? Dark Moody mix. Nah. Soundtrack. Angst. Meme mix. Wake up mix. Rage mix. Energetic mix. Anime mix. What time is it? It's wait. Oh, nobody fucking clocked my ass. It's time for Baldur's Gate. I say as I play Dandaran. It's time for Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna see about opening this up. We're gonna switch it all here. Nobody fucking clocked my fucking ass. Loving the tunes. It's gonna jump all around quite because I don't know what the fuck I want to listen to today, I'll be honest. Because then I immediately changed to this. Baldur's Gate 3. Change that. We do need to change settings in the game, but we will get there when we get there. Hit that one more time. Okay. Secret Corvette, the secret ingredients have been ranch, mimic mix, cheese whiz. Okay. 3 different loaves of cornbread. Okay, 3 different options. Bald your gaze? Yeah. My gaze be bald today, okay? They be very gay today. Anyways, I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna try to figure it out because I have a mod in it, so it's gonna tell me like, oh, we can't sync. I'm like, no, you can. Okay. We're gonna make sure this works. Open it. Mismatch. I think you said that last time. So let me just try to open it. See if it breaks. If I break, we know why. We know. Oh, Jesus Christ. It opened up properly. It screamed at me. Always gay today. What about tomorrow? You always gay tomorrow? Or are you always gay today? Only today. You picking up what I'm putting down? I just held my shirt down like awkward little child. Who's the little guy on the mic? Oh, this little guy or this little guy? The pin or this? You get 2 options, or this guy. You have 3 options, actually. Let me change the setting. I know. You're always gay today, but what about always being gay tomorrow? I think I have to turn this one off. I just have to remember to turn it back on. I don't know. I might actually have to ask you guys that. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys that. Tap out. Okay, I gave you the sound and then I immediately tapped out. So we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna get everything set off. That one. We haven't been here in ages, you guys. Welcome. Sarah beat the manager? I beat the fucking manager. I didn't beat the fucking manager. I could put the manager there. Oh shit, manager's on Kirby. That like orange blob back there on that pink blob, that's where manager is. The cute little ears. This is Cinnamon Roll. This is Cinnamon Roll. Cinnamon Roll got washed, so Cinnamon Roll did get off my microphone like all last week. He was fucking dirty as hell, bro. But he got washed. He now already has cat fur on him because Mochi walked by. But he doesn't have dust and everything. Like, he was brown from the dust, like the brown grayish. Because Mochi would be rubbing up against him, just like walking past, putting fur. But now he's crispy white. That's Suo from Windbreaker. And then this is Silas from Love and Deep Space. I love this artist. I have Chozo in the same artist style. He sits on this though. First time I've seen the game, probably. Really? Also, the game is screaming. Oh, it's less screamy here. Not video. Oh, everything went on to 100%. I put it like that. It should run fine. Doc, I have a question for you. The music slaps hard. It goes hard. I just need to turn it down a little bit. That shit was blasting, like even in my own ears. I have a you about settings. I have a question for you about settings. Oh my god, I'm in charge of Nyx. I forgot. Okay, I can't open that. Here's Harley. Do I have doc support here? Okay, so I have, of course, have turned off. Oh, you can't even see it. I have turned off the genitals, as we all know. But should I also turn off show sexual or violent cinematics? I don't know if I should turn that off or not. That's the one I'm not sure if I should turn off or not. Show subtitles, yes. Ooh, I can make the text bigger. Violent. I came here for the violent and sexual cinematics. I say this all, which is so funny because I play Outlast Trials without the censorship in it, because the censorship truthfully really did scare me when we played with it on. It kind of jump scared me a lot more. I just don't look at them. Okay, you know, I don't care if they got their titty out. I'm running from them anyways. I ain't looking at them. But because that puts it on an 18 plus rating anyways. Does Twitch not care? Twitch does care. I see you, buffer there. But at the same time, Twitch don't care. Like Outlast Trials and Outlast itself, in general, they know those things are gonna be in it. You just can't really like stare at it. Like if you're just running past it and whatnot, because the mannequins and stuff, at least in Outlast Trials, there's a lot of explicit content in that's you can't avoid in general. Much about TOS, but if you're labeled 18 plus, it shouldn't matter. I've always loved to be them above it. No, because I like the romance scenes, but I'm like, what? Also because this is like extreme violence. I'm like, maybe we do it for science, and if I get too nervous, because can I make them keep their Can I make them keep their clothes on? Can I make them keep what is it? Is it 6 feet apart for Jesus? I'll keep it off right now. We're gonna load into the game because I can change it while we're in there. Harley? Oh shit. Okay, somebody remind me. Alt F4 is not good. Okay, we're just gonna go about that. We were down here, so we weren't even ending. Okay, I don't have to worry about that right now at all then. I'm gonna turn that setting back on because I don't have any romance scenes coming up because we're in the fucking under deep dark under. We're under the world. I am under the water. Help. Would we like ambient? Oh, no, there's so much ambient music in this in general. Okay, hold on. We are gonna go back to camp as well because I have a lovely, lovely little mod that I love so much. Why is Karlak hurt? What happened to Karlak? Oh my god, I've missed her so much. Look. No, fuck everybody. Look at her. Oh my god, I haven't looked at Harley in so long. Oh my god, I haven't looked at Harley in so long. Also in the Underdark? Hell yeah. We're twinning. Oh my god. Okay, okay. It's been a while since I played this, so I think I need to look at a lot of stuff. Still in Act 1, unless you plan on fucking Mythric, you're not getting any things yet. Also, the vanilla romance scene can be kind of spicy. I think Karlak. Karlak does what now? Karlak does what now? What? Okay, so what do we have? We still have this little, when you inspire ally is using Bardic Inspiration, you gain 4 temporary hit points. I should use that more often. 2 armor class, okay. What's this one? Speed. What's this one? Wearer has 50% hit point, or less they don't provoke opportunity attack. Okay. Resistant to poison. You know, cool. That's fair. Jump. We do like that because I'm weak as fuck in this. Okay. Oh, what's this one? Oh, Scorch Rays. Do love that. Your finger in your butt. That's why I have a mod that gives Karlak short nails. Oh, that's gotta hurt. So here's the biggest question for the entire class. What is he? He has like all of his base wins. I gave him that. I gave him that. Do we want the rest of the gang with us? Because I can, in fact, bring the whole party now with us. Give her that. She looks very cute in that. Okay, and we gave her this one. I remember this one, kind of. Is this? Enemy damages. Where gains wrath for one turn. Bring everyone. Bring everyone. Okay. Let me finish looking. Oh, I give her that. Weapon attack also deals 2 acid damage. Oh yeah. That plus 2. Weapon. Sorcerer dagger. Is that made from the tree? Is the sorcerer dagger the one that we made from the tree? I think it is. I don't remember. It's been so long. Speaking of which, even before we get everybody, okay. Travel through Moonrise Towers. Okay, fine. Cure. That's how that whole thing. Brace your potential. Were we absorbing the parasites? I don't remember. Where's Oh dear? The man is here. We haven't gone back to him yet, so we've been avoiding him. Just for Oh dear. Discover the artifact secrets. Okay. Baldur's Gate. Doesn't matter. We're not there. Rescue the Grand Duke. Shadow Cursed Lands. We're going to look for the Grand Duke and investigate the area. We learned that the Grand Duke was captured by the Drow and taken westward. What else? I don't know why I checked my messages. Okay. Druid's Grove. Celebrate at camp. So, they're at camp. Waiting to celebrate. That's what's happening. Underdark. Okay. Oh. Once the head of the Drow near? Do we have the head of the Drow? I don't know. Save. The gnomes. Okay, I know where that is. We haven't done that yet. Uh-huh, exactly, Kai. That's the adamant tooth forge. I do know that. We can find out stuff about the Moonrise Towers, but like, I'm not gonna worry about that. Rescue the Trapman friend that Dowry? Dowry and his wife? It's worth searching for? Mr. Dowry for his wife? I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay, companions. Oh, Gift Warrior. Okay. Dude, this is like coming back to school after a long break, and you're like, okay, so what were we learning? What were we doing? Okay, so what is this one? Okay, so that's fine. That's like go back. Fridge Deep Gnomes. Kill. I don't remember which bitch is that. The mine is over here, not the mine. I think you enter the Mushroom Village? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do... If I go back to camp, I am slightly scared if I go back to camp we're gonna celebrate. What is... Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this, and then... well, actually, I don't care about Spellbook. Ooh. Oh. Shadowheart doesn't really like us. Just neutral. Garlag likes us. And neutral. That's okay, we're not romancing him. Okay, let's go back to camp. We could use a rest anyways. If I go back to camp, it might initiate the party. It did not because we are in the Underdark. I'm going to collect everybody.
Can't slow down.
It's when we sleep, but we're also in the wrong place. Okay, do we really want to bring Lae'zel?
Nasty way to go. Suffocating slowly under a ton of rubble. Not a fate I'd personally relish.
Who is he talking about? Who is he talking about? Karlika's best girl? So true. What if we romance Gale? I feel like that's too boring. And bring everybody? Yes, and bring enemy. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, so we're just gonna ignore that.
Oh, would that I could. But your entourage is full.
Can I not?
You'll need to make room for me first.
The mod's still... Okay, hold on. You shut up, Gale.
As you like.
Shut up,
Won't stray far from my books.
Is what? Okay, now the bigger question. Do I have to start a new save? We're not going to. If I don't... No, because if I install a mod, then it should work, right? Oh, wait. Right? Unless... I need to... Okay, she's not gonna touch that. So my mod isn't working for this. What do we have here? Battle Heart. Oh, I forgot about Will. Oh. Oh, we gave Will horns already. Using the one from Mod Launcher inside the game itself, you actually have to cast a spell. I do not. It's just installed literally into the game.
What do you get up to all day without us,
I've never heard Shadowheart say that. She was just talking to Scratch. Do I have speak to animals? Yes, I do. Important things. God, am I really thirsty? Do we care enough? Do you have the full party? Or do we not care right meow? How do we feel? I still need to figure out what the fuck we're doing. I still feel like I need to go blow my... Excuse me, blow my nose. No. Should not end the sentence right there. Oh yeah, haven't taken her out, so she ain't ever gonna have inspiration. That's the last time I talked to Fim. We're in the Underdark. Do we have it? It's fucking head, bro? What do I have in my pockets? I did take a music box. For what purpose? Yes. Yes. Blueprints. I have a great sword. I have can I put that? Can I use that? No. The reason she does that now is because of an update. You'll notice that some of the companions will do things in the camp. But oh my god, that's so cute! Wait, that's actually really nice. I like that. That's a nice little upgrade. Okay. Force poem. Icy metal, icy crystal, jade. Okay. I don't even know what fucking spells I have. Because I know I have all this. Enemies twice. Okay. Okay, I don't know if I want to stop. What's this? Does it feel more alive? It does. Oh, I love that. Not touching that. I love the camp inventory. We have taken Gale out a lot. He is a little bit leveled. What do we have here? Dark amethyst. Okay, I don't think I found... Oh. I see. I do have that. Which is well. Oh, I can give that to Starion. Can't wait till I can get a laptop that runs the game. Yes! I need you to play the game again. What armor did we give him? I think I might sit while we start this off because I want to stand, but my ankle's hurting. Also, I just cracked it really intensely. That was pretty dope, though. Absolute. I don't know what the frick we're doing. I remember we got whipped by the one guy, though. I do remember that. Don't know why that's what's stuck in my brain, but I do remember that because I never did that in my group playthrough. But you bet your ass when we get there, I'm gonna make them experience that. I will make them experience it. Okay, we're just gonna go about. I do.
Hello? Hey!
So, are you greeting invisible beings or just losing your mind?
The echoes, listen. They're coming from 3 directions.
Losing your mind it is. Probably the tadpole. The weirdest things seem to be.
Is she okay? Did I talk to the spiders? Speak of animals is on. Oh, I've avoided every single
Dead drow publicly displayed.
loop
The Dwergar are sending a
in this
message.
game, but I'm going in this blind. Oh, you haven't hit a lot of like. We're gonna talk to spiders. Sorry, Nikki. I don't know if I've talked
What's up
to
for
them.
discussion? I speak true, brothers.
Oh.
You know it in your hearts.
I haven't.
You know it in your very souls.
We need no Lolth, no Spider Queen. Father Murmuth is the head of Clan Lur. He hatched us, raised us, feeds us.
What care we for his business here?
I'm so sorry if
He
Nikki looks
keeps
over.
us
She
small,
might scream, actually.
Keeps us contained. We should be with the Spider Queen, revered, adored.
The party limit be gone with the mod manager inside the game is actually pretty good. I need to get the mod manager because I didn't get that. I just did the party limit be gone. But when I opened up the game, it said something was outdated. But it said that the first time I had done it too, so I think I need to tab out and check to see if there's an update for it. But it should still ideally work. So I don't know if it's the fact that this is an old game save file, but it should like go anyways, right? Let's see if I'm smart. Thank you, Shart. I'm smart. Because I have the party limit be gone. And it worked in our big playthrough, our big game.
You've read that harming spiders is illegal among Lolth's faithful, and often punishable by death.
Father Murmuth is our past. Lolth is our future.
These spiders are loyal to the local Dwergar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you, with slavering enthusiasm.
Deception. Uses your item and you reach your true potential. Yeah, I think a little persuasion. Yep. Maybe we get our mods. Yeah, I think I might need to do that. Oh. Wah, fuck it. I will anyways. We can see and we can test out things. I'll finish this up.
My bite could be stronger.
I've never
My
modded really
venom
before.
more devastating.
Xanta, is it so?
This and so much more. In Lolth's hairy embrace, all is possible.
Mochi's just on the side.
Her
Yourself like that.
embrace.
We're ready.
We follow.
Okay, bye.
Yes. Now, brothers, our new dawn awaits.
I'm gonna go kill spiders later. Oh, ooh. Oh, they move so fast. Where did they go?
Use it.
Do they just like fucking disappear afterwards?
Stinking snitch. No one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, well, the spiders are gone. The one from that area is a spell though. Ooh. Yeah, see, and I didn't have to do that with my other one, so I don't know if I... Elevator. That goes to the moonrise.
I'll give you that.
Good to the last swig.
Yeah. I want to go to the mountain path.
Stinking
I didn't know you could talk with the spiders. Yes.
No
I think
one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
the first time I ever played this game, I talked with them. But because I was a druid. Oh, hey, Mochi. Mochi looks so fucking chillax on my desk right now. I don't necessarily want to talk to them.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I'm debating whether I want to figure out. Oh. That music. I'm debating if. Well, I'm debating if I want to figure out. That scared me.
Same. I see.
What the fuck am I saying? Figure out getting all of them or not into my party? If it's worth it or if I figure it out later. Sworn drow, you get additional dialogue choices. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that your choices also depend on like who you are, and I really love that.
I'll give you that.
What's that?
Could you like not? I'm trying to investigate.
Something over there. I'm way too big.
Not turn anybody small. Unfortunately, I'm not a druid, so I cannot shrink. Wait. What's the shadow?
Time to waste.
Ooh, is that the necklace that I gave her? Oh, saloon stream. You definitely can't fit. Sorry. I love him so much. Just like move that to there.
What to do?
Man, because I know there's something right there.
Right up.
Good thing you got
Oh,
me.
the voices. Everyone, it's always fun to play with everyone. So
Time
true.
to press ahead.
Let me. I'm gonna save that really quick. I'm gonna tab out really quick, which is probably never a good idea for me. The likes of me. There we go. Did they have like an update to it, or did it just not like work? No, last update it was that. Okay, so I'm gonna close a game real quick and we're gonna investigate this so we can see if we can get the full party. Wait. I don't know why options was gonna do anything. We're gonna go to main menu. Do you want to return to main menu? Yes. I didn't do much anyways. Straight into the files? Yes. Because that's the one that my friend gave me, and then I said, yeah, I'll host it. Oh, there's mod manager. Oh. I didn't know I had mod manager. But like the other file, I didn't I didn't have to do anything for the other. I'm scared of showing. Me. Yeah, we're gonna unclick that. Oh my god, we could have so many different eye styles, hair colors. But like the I should Oh god, that's horrifying seeing that mob of people. But yeah, my original I'm gonna close the game really fucking quick and we're just gonna reboot it. Damn, that shit closed fucking fast, bro. Oh shit, I forgot to turn that off. It's the wrong button. That's the right button. Do that. I forgot I just have that in general. Because I need to go back. I closed Steam. Reinstall with a mod manager. I use Nexus Mods Manager. That has so many. I didn't even know that mod manager thing was there, bro. I didn't even know that. Let me see this. Because it should still be here. Ow. Because it should be. Let me go here. This one. Unless it fixed itself and took it out. But it's not because the other stuff is within there. That's today. No, it's not. Let me see. Let me find the readme again. Really freak. We're just gonna do something really quick. I forgot. Open file list. It's just gonna open it. If it doesn't work, then I just need to actually figure it out and make sure that it works for when the gang has BG3 night on Wednesday. I didn't even know Baldur's Gate had a oh, did it actually? Oh, excuse me. There it is. I didn't even know they had a mod venture in there. That's something new I've learned. Do 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 do. Now we just wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we just... I do want the full squad, but if it doesn't work right meow, then I'm just gonna leave it alone and figure it out next time. Because I do want them all, but I hate modding, bro. I say as I want to mod Resident Evil. Why can't... I don't want that. Okay. It's quite scary. Mochi, your toes... Your toes are out, Mochi. Let's see if we can do it. Hello, Gale. You're my test subject. Oh, hi, Mochi. Oh, hi, Mochi. Gale's the test subject.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Oh, would that I could.
Yeah, okay. You shush. Yeah, because I don't have it. I wonder. Okay, we just go about. Tempted to get this game, not gonna lie. It's really worth it, Quiet. It for sure is worth it. It's such a fun... There we go. It is such a fun game. I think I really need to get in there. I won't lie. I don't think I can make anybody small.
Let's see what this does. I'm way too big.
I really need to get in there, though.
You need to find a way forward.
Something over there.
Something over... Am I scanning things in that room? Anyways, I do really recommend it, Quiet. It is such a fun game. Just don't like gaming alone. That's fair.
Good thing you got me. You wouldn't survive a 10-day on your own.
10-day.
Consistent. I'll give you that.
To wipe your ass while I'm at it.
I just witnessed. You fucking dead? Oh, okay. He just pushed the dead body. I don't want to go over there. Is he pushing more dead body?
Get over it.
Did he push that dead body all the way into the water? Quite rude. It's gonna stop me.
They're starting to rot.
You.
You've got a brain of your own. Use it.
Where's that book? Oh, there's gnomish stuff. True, and then, you know, overall, Quiet, we get Kai a better laptop, and then you two can play. Because it is really fun. Am I allowed to take that? Nope. Cannot. I really don't want to have to get into that fight. I'm debating if I want to stay here for things. That's the night song. Because this is a big fight right here. My Xbox, my PC would kill me if I tried it on it. That is fair. We need to get you a better PC too.
What's in here?
Your PC would be very mad at you. Can I not turn anybody small? It's there to do a community BG3? So true. I need to figure out this mod now. Because I have Party Limit Be Gone. But I'm wondering if it's because this is a pre-saved file already that it wasn't made afterwards. Like after I had already downloaded the mod that it wouldn't work, but I don't think that would matter. Also, I'm going through what spells I have right now. I'm a little bummed about that not working. Want to get this Steam calls when it comes out. That would be really fun. It
What's
does
a
run it
fort
on
like
there.
this doing in the Underdark?
Because that's how we play with one of our friends. Because he
Whoever
is
built it, they let it rot for ages.
not home. He usually is out on sites traveling for work, so it does work.
Half these walls are still standing.
You are the merchant. Let me speak it.
How peculiar. Smooth face, cobbled edges. They're a sign. They must be.
He was looking at the stone.
A
I look
sun
so
dweller
funny.
in these parts.
Straight bald in the gate.
Look here,
I
my
am straight bald in the
topside
gate.
friend. I need fresh eyes.
You are correct.
And I
A
doubt
loco
I'll
gal.
find fresher. As rare as a smile in Schindlerin, you might say.
I'm trying
but
not
I've no
to move
skill
too
for
much in my
slaving.
seat right now.
I
because
prefer
Mochi's,
chisel to cane.
like leaned up against me.
But these learned eyes reach their limits, and so I must humbly request yours. The rock, the rubble,
Does he
all
not
of
have-
it, if
does
I
he
may
not
be
have
so
eyes? No
bold.
shit.
Take a look.
Does his eyes not
Tell me
work
what
well?
you see.
Is he
And
blind?
be thorough.
Ooh. Ooh, bard deception. Oh, well, we gotta be a bard. Oh, but bard history, bard deception is so much better. So much better. It's a nat 20. Oh.
The Duergar listens to your tall tale. Though skeptical of the more suspect details, they seem
goaded with the
amused
sauce,
enough by the
okay?
story.
Maybe I'm just good.
Fascinating. What begat
spell
such a
that?
powerful flump?
An arrow? I'll
Does
double
it
check
still
again.
live here
But
to
I
this
didn't have to
day?
do anything that
But how exactly does a
other
flump
gameplay, that's-
hand forge anything?
That's why I'm curious.
Alas, you've
I
left me
just
with
straight
more
up lied to this
questions than
man.
answers. My survey
So highly
continues.
recommend that. What is that, Mom? I would like to
Well,
try
let's see
after
what
I
you've
just lied to you about everything. Sausage. Sausage. Scroll to invisibility. Scroll of old. Heismo killer. Ooh, we need that. Do I have money? Am I rich? How much money do I have? Okay. Take. We'll keep that. Sell that. I should actually read some of the books in this. Not gonna lie. I do actually need those Boombas because if I can't find the other Boombas, I'm sorry, Mochi, I really need to fix my ink. I feel so short now. What is this? Palace under charm? Okay, interesting. Why do I have so much stuff on Shadow Art? What, that gives you an overlay to certain dialogue choices? Like if you raise If it'll raise or lower. Oh, that's actually really nice. I actually might get that. If not right meow, eventually. If I pick up a book, I'm just going to keep it. Do I have a shovel? I don't think I'm gonna get anything else. What do you got? Elixir of Bloodlust? Oh, let's just knock that out. Featherball. Vaulting. Mind reading.
That's all then.
Oh. Didn't mean to hit it like that. Damn. Oh my god, I can talk to animals. Let's go talk to the animals. This is me half the time, just talk to animals. Manager, but again,
Tired. Sleep. Rest, little one.
Teach you how to use it on the
But
website.
do
Okay.
not take long.
I'll have to look into it.
I feel his shadow. I heard his name whispered. The rock shivers from the sound. The Ketheric Thorm.
Ketheric.
The name means little to you, yet your heart pulses to its rhythm.
Earbuds?
Thorm. Thorm.
Sorry, here to Thorm. They're comfy. Sometimes they start to hurt my ear though, Coco. And I was talking to Jordy about it last night. I wore these for a really long time recently, and then I switched to the Game Buds because, like, I feel like they just don't stay in my ear anymore too. So I have a hard time keeping them in my ear, but they do kind of like hurt my ear after some point. I feel like the Game Buds don't agitate my ear as much as these, but these are a lot cheaper than the Game Buds. I feel like overall, like, it's like mediocre. Kind of upsetting. For a little bit, it's fine. If my ears are already upset, then it's agony.
Mighty
It's just
elf,
annoying.
cloaked in darkness. 10 masters ago, and 10 more. But I remember there was the work and the blood. There was the Thorm's army. There was the Hellbeast that broke them. The Ketheric Thorm's name faded into stone until the Near came.
Random people into killing themselves? Yes.
No. Bigger. Angrier. I saw tusks and flesh.
I don't remember talking to these guys at all, I'll be honest.
And eggs.
I fear that we may have killed them.
It came
because we killed
with
a
the
lot of people
masked men,
down here.
crashing.
And I don't remember what
and
I did when I
smashing.
played this. Oh my god, I haven't even beaten my own playthrough. Mochi is
I
getting mad.
outlived my mother. And her mother's mother. And many mothers beyond. Blessed to see many live. Cursed to see many die.
I'm sorry, my dude. God, I love my eyes. We got the free eye surgery. Do not forget. Brother was mad because I did that. Did the surgeon the first time we played, and he wanted to fight him so badly. Rip to him. It looks like they would hurt after a bit. I checked out the Game Buds too, but damn, they're the same price in the in zones. Yeah, it is a bit of a hefty price. I do really like them though. The Game Buds do hurt my ear after a while, but it's a different type of hurt than this. I think my ear just gets a little bit more dry from them, so then it just becomes irritated. But overall, I like those.
Not,
they sit better than these.
So I say not.
They're
Yet
so much cheaper.
I hear his name again.
And they're good. These ones are good for travel because I can plug them into
by the shadows.
to the airplane movies. I can plug them into the airplane movies. Can I steal your food? Cabbage. You know, maybe I won't steal your cabbage. Oh, I remember something bad here.
What's inside?
Can I give this to Shadowheart? let me read the little book. Just kidding. I sent it to camp. I guess I'll be reading that later. Can
As
I?
you look at the skeletons, you realize they are all clad in the same dark armor.
Dark Justicia
That
uniforms.
woman's husband?
These were Shah worshippers. The same as me.
What woman's husband? Damn, Shah worshippers. Why can't I speak? Shah worshippers? Better off dead. That's crazy.
Whatever killed a bunch of Sharans might still be down here. Just saying.
You're not wrong. I just wanted to go see if I could put this on Shadowheart because it's really pretty and I think she would look really pretty in it. 15, 13. Damn, that's better. But she would look really pretty in this. Not gonna lie. There was a dwarf woman looking for her husband. The one who was surrounded. Who was surrounded by all of the mushrooms that explode. You know what killed all the Shah worshippers? Truth be told, I haven't been down here in a long time. So, no, I do not remember. Now they been. I guess that's worth some money. It's only worth 50. Looking over here. Oh, isn't there the... Oh, yeah. We go down here. Purple. For the shark killers? Yeah. I've played through the game once now. I'll take that. Oh. Oh. Climb down rock. Oh, wrong button. I don't need to jump, I can just walk. I know there's little mimics over here, but that's all I know. Hi, Miss Mochi. Don't like what that noise was. Oh, okay. Isn't that... Oh, that's so cool in the distance, though. Okay, bye. And she's down. Ooh. That zoomed me so far out. Okay, you know what here? Okay, wait I might... forget that I'm essentially the epitome of being short, but in the game as well. We're just gonna do that. I don't... The minor devil that...
Easy. This place is hungry for blood.
Okay, everybody back up. Astarian, ungroup. Astarian, go disarm. No, not me. No, not me. Astarian, disarm. Okay. Oh. It was a minor devil that killed them, and Raphael fucked him over in his deal with Raphael. And in his deal with Raphael, the deal is when all those who know the song are dead, then you may return home. However, since the minor devil knows the song, it's forever stuck there. That's fucked. That sounds about right, though. That sounds like Raphael. So, you know, sounds like it. Oh, he's happy. Did he bite somebody? Did he bite me? Do I have -1? I don't have -1. Why is he happy? Why are you happy? Oh. What's this one? Did he bite me?
Still breathing, despite everything.
Oh, I didn't have him
moving ahead.
Unlock it. Huh? I just had him disarm it. Okay.
Simple.
The devils and the fair similar? Gotta be specific? Yeah. I concur with that. Oh shit, that was an awful one. Ooh. I almost made it. That's okay. Thieves' tool. Levels. In the details. Yep. You could have been big. You could have cast a spell to get rid of the downsides. I can cast a spell to get rid of the downside?
Is that blood?
I didn't even think about that. What do we got here? Ooh. Lightning aura. What does she have? She has a spear. Who can I give this to? You can't. You can't. You're gonna hold on to it because I want you to use it. I mean, I could give her that. I could also give her that. I can't give that to you. I think Lesser Restoration gets rid of it. I think I know which one that is. I'm trying to think of
Should mind my
which way are
step.
you fucking going, bro? Who am I clicked on? Where am I? Yippee. Okay, well, back up we go. Oh no. I clicked it too many times. Okay. We made it. Dude, there's so much in the story that I just haven't fucking done. I don't know if I want to deal with these people. They were kind of assholes. I vaguely remember that. Damn, so that's why this place is in fucking shambles. Hey, favorite spell in BG3? It's only because the icon for it, it's banishment. It's a point. I know which one you're talking about. Little fucking finger. Ooh.
Watch your back.
Do you have it?
I'd love to,
Do you have it? Do you have it?
No one stopped me
Do
yet.
I have it in my... I don't have it in my spell book.
Very well.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I love it so much. Okay, I don't think I'm really ready for a fight. Talk to these people at least, though. Ooh, merchant.
I should speak up.
I should speak up. I want to
Seen
see
her
what
run with a
he's
barrel
up.
under her arm. Just a small one, but enough to blow the drow out. Someone should grab it. Slaves are never gonna manage with pickaxes.
Can't go chasing maybes.
Guess who's
The
sick
sergeant's
again
our
after
ticket
doing a
in.
week of shows
Oh,
on
would you look at that, Kerr?
You still
Someone's
have this
having
week
a
of
listen.
shows, bro.
A shiver runs through you.
You can't be
Your mind
sick,
is awash
but
with
also welcome.
ancient
Be.
resentments.
Are you homesick today? Or are you going
True
to school?
soul, no less. What do you think, Kerr? Should we take Nir's debt off her?
I don't remember the fuck Nir. Nir is the one that we need the head. We need the head. Hold on. Who the fuck? Oh, it's that bitch. Okay, that's who I assumed it was. He's kind of a bitch. I kind of don't like him. I am homesick today. Throat, cough, body sore. Oh no. Get some soup. Do you have soup? Not necessarily right now, but do you have soup for later? And some rocks. Yeah, he's the little bitch boy crying on the other side. I want his head. Truso no less. What do you think? Should we take that off? Balder's coming home for ingredients to make soup? Fuck yeah. Good. Get some soup, get some rest, stay here, have some comfy vibes, get some more sleep maybe. Drink a lot of water, okay? Drink a lot of water. Oh, what? I'm sorry, just should we take Nir's debt off her? Off me? It's just, you want my gold, you have to fight me for it? Calm down here. I don't even know what they were fucking... Do they not like true souls? I don't remember who these bitches are.
I ain't parleying with more twat souls. And you got the stench. If I didn't know better, I'd say a mind flayer shat a worm in your brain. Should split your head open and poke around in there if you lot don't pay up.
He called me stinky. love your mini Sonic. My mini Sonic. Mini Sonic. The mini Sonic. Sorry, I don't know why I started just chanting that. The mini Sonic is so cute. Would me feel better.
The shiver returns. This time it's colder, sharper.
The stench don't lie. You're one of them.
Okay, so. You're imagining things? I would never bow to an absolute. Ooh, I do like deception. Now I won't. Oh, sorry, Mochi. I didn't realize you were there. I was just poking her. I was like, what's this fuzzy thing on my chair? A cat. This badge? How will everybody know? How will everybody know you're a Sonic Laser? Exactly! Did show up to rehearsals my new Sonic shirt. Hee 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 hee. I kinda want to detect thoughts, but also... We're not evil. Harley's not evil. She's just some gal. Oh my god, there's flour in this. I didn't realize that was flour prints. So we're gonna do this one. What do we need? Okay. We're not gonna be too hasty here. Because I was too hasty last time, and then I looked at what number I needed. I needed a 20. Luckily, I got a nat 20. Now I got a 24. I mean, I'm not deceiving
Could be you're
him.
right. Something's different with you.
Because I would not
In
bow
that
to the
case,
absolute.
Want to earn some gold?
Yes. Yeah.
Thrin's after the Absolute's glory.
Nope.
That's why she's got those slaves digging for Nia. But we ain't need glory, just coin. And Nia's got plenty. Help Thrin free Nia. Then you and my chums grind him up.
Okay, so
Whatever
we
the
free
spoils,
him,
we'll drop you a fat cut.
and then we fucking
You in?
take his fucking head. You go for a little persuasion. I'm a good persuasion. Isn't evil? She's just a girl. She's just a girl. She's just a girl who really wants to romance everybody else, okay? She's just a girl. She's just a gamer.
Half.
That's awful.
You drugnin. Fine. Half it is. But first,
I got a lot of people to feed,
we
okay?
need to take care of something.
Oh.
You've seen that weird orbi floating about? Knife it.
Yeah.
And don't get caught. The cult
I'm
watches through it.
kind of really
and
bad
we
at
can't
that.
risk more twat souls showing up.
So... if
You
I'll-
still standing about?
that may
Get on it.
It might take a couple of tries to do that.
Good. Drop it near the rubble when it's time. Flaming arrow or some such will set it off.
Scorch rays, one may say.
Now move. You're hogging my air.
What about the fucking other one? Wait, I wanted to buy shit, brother. That thing, that's the shit we gotta... I almost said fill. I don't know why we need to fill that. Because me and my brother are semi-murder... Because we made a deal and then killed them too. Fair. Okay, I'm gonna save. Because I need to knife that and not be caught. 2, I'm gonna leave you staring at Harley. Here you go. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick and get something to drink. I have Dr. Pepper. Pepper. I'm gonna wait. You need Nessie, so I'll be right back. Don't fall in. I will not. I assure you, I will not. Please take care. Please yap away. You get a stare at Harley. Hold on, I'll face her towards you guys. There. No. She doesn't move back, right? Cool. Harley's listening to you, okay? I'll be back. Rather than take their cut when they're dead, you're so right. You're so right. You're so right. I made a mess in the kitchen.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Oh my god, well, man, thank you. I'm gonna finish up my Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna finish up my Dr. Pepper. That's where we need to throw the bombs. I need to kill that ball. Oh, there's the ball. Why don't we go like right? How far down does the ball go? I guess they don't give a shit. Who would be good at killing the ball? The boulder. The boulder is conflicted. The boulder is no longer conflicted. I guess I just saved, right?
Keep your distance, darling.
Look at this, staring at us. Okay. I'm just learning my buttons again, okay?
Don't forget to do the adamantine forge.
There's somebody behind him. Yes, I know I need to do that. I really want to do that with the big party. I don't know why the mod doesn't work. Okay, sir. I'm doing nothing of suspicion, okay? This man is. Donna's doing something of suspicion.
Where's the statue, you think?
How do I kill it?
Certainly.
Where does Dana go?
A god.
You sure we can trust
Gnomes make such a thing.
You're the expert. What I mean is to trust you most days. But
Ready or not.
to lose. It all goes to plan, and our asses.
Where does he go?
If it goes
Are you going
belly
back
up,
this way?
we got a scapegoat. It's Nia's game to lose.
Where the fuck does the ball go?
I'm thinking.
Where's the ball going?
Probably inhabited by whoever those
Modern
skeletons
files
were the
don't work.
others
Just
found.
use. I mean, well, okay, you said Nexus mod. There was only one other one that I could look at that was in the mod manager.
Fine.
Ooh, don't touch it. I just want you to follow it, okay? Brother in Christ.
Just like
Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. I'm behind a pole. Just found me. Okay, fine, look at me. Last night count? What the fuck, brother in Christ? You were out so fucking late. Oh, I'm sorry, Mochi. I forgot you were there again. I didn't hit you. I just... It's dangerously close to you. Stab it! Stab it. I guess I can shoot him from far away. I don't know. I've never actually properly killed this thing. Won't lie. So, this could end awfully. I shouldn't be having my Dr. Pepper so early, but it's better because it has caffeination. Can you leave me alone? I'm gonna look in this rotten basket. Actually, I'm gonna take all that. Chilies, and I got a triple dipper.
Very, very quiet.
It's right here. See, I just...
There.
He sees everything. What if I just fucking shoot him? Oh, I didn't mean to move that.
Let's prowl.
Oh, I see it, Starian.
Moving.
Okay, fucking run. Fucking bolt. Oh, I'm glad I didn't hit it. That's like probably the safest area over there. Margarita. Wait, I'm sorry. I just realizing the misspelling and I'm Mary. So, where'd you get it from Chili's? I got a Mary. Oh, hey team. I haven't killed it yet. He just sits there. Menacingly. Bro, menacingly. I look like a... I look like I could be a little Victorian boy. Okay. Let's not be a little Victorian boy. I love getting this haircut because either I look like cute, romantic, soft hair or a Victorian boy, and I love the duality of that, you know? It's great. Do I have to stab this thing? Examine. Oh. So I do have to stab it. It's doubled thunder. So if I use if I use the thunder dome, I could shatter him. I think that's the only one I do have. The thunder dome.
One day I'll catch a break.
Oh, hey, Astarion. See, because I'm not even ready to fight this big one. I would have to long. Wait. Hey. I'm so all over the place with this. What if we come back here? I need to kill that little shit, though. Never killed him before. Never killed me. I should give Astarion 2 weapons. What am I doing? He only has 1 dagger. I'm sure I have another dagger. What is that? Okay, don't know where I got that from. Okay, sure. I don't have another dagger for him. What is that? Oh, it's the hide armor. Oh, I see. A long rest and come back here. Thunder damage does make... Okay, it does, but you know... Okay, what if I just say fuck it and I try to stab him really quickly? Do you think he'll notice? Do you think he'll notice if I just walk up behind him and stab him?
Step quick.
I think that person would notice. Not gonna lie, I think they would notice. Very bigly.
Let the poison choke.
Okay, I'm not under a time limit yet, right? Where'd the ball go? Oh, the ball went that way. They wouldn't care if I killed him if I killed him right there. Gaga, exactly, German, exactly. And me and Gugun, me Gungaga.
We take his gold. Well, I got more in mind if she
I love that stupid meme. I love that stupid meme. Okay, my cat is being summoned. By who? No one other than herself. I've never successfully killed it. What if I leave him? Oh, but there's so many people right here. If I prep and go over here and wait till it comes over here and then stab him.
Me? Gungaga.
Me? Gungaga. Me? Gungaga. If I like prep over here and wait for him to get his little ass over here. I really wasn't that far away, okay? Where's the guy? Because I don't want to go over here and trigger that thing. Can't use an arrow on it. Can't do that. Okay, turn around. I think the sleepiness is hitting my head, and I asked my mom earlier, as a joking matter, I was like, if I shake my head enough, do you think that'll wake me up?
I'll peel your balls like potatoes.
Do you think that will really wake me up? Because oh, crack man. Because this is like, I have this to do. I have one other thing to do here in this area I can do, and then I have the forge. There's going to be a battle of its own, but that is okay. Okay, he's making his way downtown. Really slow, but he's making his way. Come on, ball. Get your ass down the stairs. Oh, it's just the girly gang and Astarion. Wakes me up? A nice... Oh my god, I was watching Bridgerton and I need to finish the episode. Why? Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me? We're standing on the
What path
stairs,
lies before
talking.
me?
We're just some girlies, okay? So don't look at me. Okay, he's not looking at me. Okay, wait, we're locking in. But I was watching Bridgerton, and it was so funny just seeing the queen hit one, because that was completely fine at that time. It's just so funny. I wish I had an offhand for him too, but I don't. Sorry, your tail was stuck on the fucking cord. It still is. What if I open deadlock? I shouldn't. Okay, he's making his way. Either he sees me right away, or I kill him.
Stand carefully.
Well, he fucking saw me.
One step at a time.
Right back here. Can I just go up and stab him?
Gently. Tread lightly.
You know, I just kind of want to see something. Oh, don't look at me with those big ol' eyes. He's looking at me with his big ol' eye. I have a severe... What if we all gang up on this guy and beat the shit out of him? I could go into turn-based mode. The music is great. The music is wonderful. Okay. Astarion, go back with the girlies. We are going to make an executive decision, and since I have not played this game in so long, specifically this save, we are going to go explore other areas to see what of which I need to be done. They deserve everything. That's not what I wanted. Map. Because we have these two things. We have deep gnomes. Clear the cave-in. Kill John Lennon. Love that. Okay, so, Underdark. Underdark Beach? Underdark Sorcery. Outpost. I do remember where that is. You ever BG3 TV show? No, I didn't. I heard talks about it a long time ago, but nothing else. Colony? Underdark Beach. What is this? That's the forge. It's not going to be good. I kind of expected that. Okay, so we have this. That's okay, that's back there. We haven't gone to the arcane tower. Why don't we head our little booty over there? Scoot our little ass over there. I should probably have Gale with me if I go over there. Which means I might kick out Karlach. Gale might be nice to have over there. I don't know what I want to fucking do. This is what I get for not playing this game for so long. I do need to go pick up the owlbear. We did not pick up the owlbear cub from school. Won't lie. We did not pick him up from school. So we did leave him. He's still there. He's okay. But we did just leave him there. So we really should pick up our child from school. Eventually. At some point in this whole story, we should pick up... Oh, I don't want to be Astarion.
I've got a long road ahead.
No, Astarion, we were actually going up there. I'm just stupid.
On my way.
Okay, so this way, and we can head over there. Oh, I hate these. Hold.
Better not be cursed.
Hold.
The wall is riddled with holes. A suffocating stench of long rotten meat wafts out.
I do really hate these. Sure, and jack of all trades. Love that. Ooh, I needed 15 though. Oh, okay, I'm fine. Harley's goated with the sauce.
You recognize the odor. The foul scent of carrion crawlers. Centipede-like aberrations that feast on the dead. At one time, these caverns must have been their banquet hall. The creatures are either long gone or waiting patiently in the darkness. The passage narrows and bends, becoming
smart.
impassable before you're even elbow deep.
Don't be like James. What's his fuck name? Sutherland? Southernland. And stick your hand in a random hole. Don't do that. That's the mushroom circle. I'm pretty sure I did that part. Yes, I did. I, in fact, did.
Scorch marks. And it's not me this time.
I just wanted the mushroom.
What's next? No time for Danny.
No, wait. Exit turn base. Okay, everybody ungroup. Me, not Gungaga.
No time to rest?
Me. Running for my life. Running for my life. Okay. That I wouldn't, but now I'm grabbing cheese. Hell yeah. It will suck. 1, they hired the director of season 2 of Last of Us. Okay. Last of Us said that season 2 was fucking terrible. Yeah, season 1 I feel like I heard much better things than season 2. Second reason is because Laren isn't going to be a part of it. That's always like a big sign of like when the actual company who made whatever thing doesn't want to be a part of it. Not doesn't, just isn't. Doesn't is a bigger thing too. How do I fucking kill these things? I fucking forgot. Immunity. Vulnerability. Oh, but I'm not a silly little druid with magic. I think I should pick up Gale from school.
How delicious.
Can I use Carlac to just fucking whack it in the head?
Progress.
That's kind of... Especially with such an amazing, like, story of this. Like, it's so well done. And, like, I do really love the characters and the whole story of this. Resistance. Immunity. Flashing. Bludgeon. It's sturdy, but can I use Carlac to punch the fuck out of you? There is another one there. Can I turn invisible? No. I feel like the ultimate choice right now. Let me check everything else. That's going back that way. I think everything else here currently is done. It's just the Arcane Tower because I haven't gone over there. And then the Forge. They don't want to be a part of it. The showrunners specifically don't want the... Oh, I feel like that hits another level of that's not good. Because, like, it's a big thing if they aren't a part of it just because of, like, choices and whatnot. Okay. It's a big thing if they don't want to be a part of it because then it's like, oh, they probably don't agree with the story they're doing. And I feel like that's another disrespect of they don't want them to be a part of it. Because, like, what do you mean? That's really weird. That's really weird that they don't want it. Travel in the Witcher thing? Dude, I still feel so bad that he left Witcher because Superman and then got deleted off of Superman too. Those were all the wrong buttons. We're gonna go to camp. I don't have bigger mod expansions, so I'm gonna tell Gale to fucking get his ass in here after I kick out in Carlac for a meow. Where the frick is everybody? Hey Withers. Hey Gale. Hey Billy. I love that silly to me. Where are my peoples? That's us. I'm not part of the team. Hold on. I just left everybody there. Not examined. I hit the wrong button. Group all. Everybody get your ass over here right meow. And now we're going to camp. Okay. There she is. I was like, wait, where is everybody in the camp? I need to see something. Camp team that Cause I don't know if I long rest. If it will
Always
trigger
at
that.
your side.
Karlach, I need you to stay here for right meow while I
We
bring
need to get that
Gale.
near guy unstuck, or those gnomes are done for. Come on, focus.
Okay, do you really want to do that right meow? She really wants to get that near guy unstuck. How do I kill that bitch? Okay, she said it. We're going. We're gonna get that shit done. We're gonna do all that, and I think that'll be the stream for today. Did I try to watch a new season of Witcher? He said it feels like Liam is playing. Isn't playing? He's playing Henry. Yeah, that's the thing of like, I don't think he would have been ultimately, even like before, if he was casted as the Witcher in the first place. I don't think he would have been the best Witcher. Would have been alright. Perfectly fine, but like, it would have been like, okay, like, it's fine, but like, not the best casting. But now, unfortunately, since it's following suit of Henry, it does feel like he's trying to copy his exact image of the Witcher, which, in all fairness, was a great rendition. So it's really hard to live up to that, and now you're trying to play somebody playing a character, so it gets really washed down and watered and muddled and not good. And I feel bad for Mr. Liam Hemsworth. Not my favorite like actor, but it's like, you know, you kind of feel like you got set up for failure here. I am excited for his Warhammer series. I've done nothing in this game today, but I'm not exactly mad. This is what happens when we haven't played it in so long. Okay, where's that little fucker? So how do we kill the eye? Like, genuinely. What's the best strat for killing this little eye? He's over here right now. Oh, he's coming down. He's making his way downtown. Walking.
Absolutely not. But you'd be killing
Flying fast.
This again? Yes.
Faces a pass. And he's homebound. I'm fucking to start to fight. The fight, kill everybody. Okay, well, we're gonna try to stab this to begin with. Ooh, I should probably heal Karlach. That's the only thing, is I should probably heal Karlach. Oh. Okay, together, everybody, together. Everybody. I guess me and Karlach need to be healed, but Astarion does too. Okay. True. We're gonna walk you close. Okay. Guess I'm gonna walk closer. Karlach,
Making me sweat.
I'm gonna have you stand right here. And then I'm gonna go back to right here. I'm gonna take this. Take this. Hold on, I wanna make sure it hits me too. Yeah! Wonderful. Okay. Group. Okay, how do I... Oh shit.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'm gonna do that. Hydrate. Dr. Pepper, hydrate. Dr. Pepper, hydrate. We're gonna get something done today. And I didn't really expect much. Because I don't know... This is like getting my bearings back, because I don't know where the fuck I was. Is anybody else fucking here? That bitch is. Dana? Miss Dana, get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. Turn-based mode.
I wonder what the next move is.
Well, surprisingly, that went extremely well.
Onward then.
Extremely well. Okay, so then from there, we are going to go... Okay, I need to actually look into my inventory. I have one Boomba. Do I have Scorch Rays? She has Firebolt.
Hey, Sarah, do you know what this game is about? Because I don't think you should play it if you don't know.
That lives in my head rent fucking free. That man for routine, I still don't know what the fuck he was talking about. Because, like, Okay, if you really don't want me to play in this certain game because I don't fucking know, that's okay. Okay, but why? Is there like deep thoughts in this? Is there something that's like really fucked up that it's like, hey, this is really fucked. You should know more about like the whole thing behind it. Also, hi now, how are you doing? But then you're just gonna sit there and not fucking tell me anything and just leave after saying that? It's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking believe you. Also, I'm gonna play it either way. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking give a shit. Do I have fire? Do I have a good bow? Oh, he don't have a good bow either. Is he good with these? Two-handed. I'm not proficient in either one, and I put it on me. I'm blinking. Character sheet. Give me this. Hey, trust 3. These are vitamins. Take them now. Redeem. IRL for real, for real. You do. Take them right fucking now. I already did, except I'm out of a lot of vitamins. So, so I didn't take a lot. But I did take some. Wee. Oh, why don't I just fucking go here? This is the one. Not proficient in music instruments. Okay, so nobody can fucking use a crossbow. Okay, so we're just gonna go with this. I say, get your toe off of my alt button, girly. Oh, I don't want to be shadow iron.
Looking ahead.
Okay, so we're fully healthed. We're fully healthed. I have a boomba in my pocket. Do I have a boomba in my pocket? No, I do not. So Shadow Heart and Karlak. So we're gonna make sure Karlak throws her boombas. Smoke cutter explodes when ignited. This is the one that I really need to use. Can I make any more of those? H. Grenades. I don't think I know how to make those. Can I make anything else? I made potions.
If it goes belly up, we gotta escape.
Well, I don't know what I made, but I made. Ooh, oh. I'm gonna talk to this guy really quickly because he's a merchant and I want to see
Friends
what
in
he
a
has.
right, Borlek. That rubble ain't budging, no matter how hard she whips them gnomes. Neera's gonna be pissed. What you want, anyway? Here to yap or looking to buy?
You're the one
Dry
yapping.
land means fresh stock.
Why is he blaming me? It's always why is the mom selling her daughter and never why is One Direction buying a human. Dude, I fucking love. It's such a funny fucking concept of that whole era because like when I tell you, if you read stuff on Wattpad at that time, oh my god, there was so many things on there that was just like that was. How much is this? It's better than mine. I'm not two-handed proficient though, but I like a bow. Okay. What the fuck am I supposed to put in my range? Am I proficient in it? Give me that. Do I want this? I guess that's a lot more money than this fucking bow. Can't I steal his wares after he dies? Can I take all your money though? 666. Oh my god. No way. What do I have? I don't really have anything to sell to you. Sleep potion. Always fun. I have 23 potions of healing. Goo Goo Gaga. Me? Goon Gaga. Why is that the second person who has said that today? But also welcome in, Viz. That's the second person who has said that, and I don't know what that fucking means. I'm just like, what is happening? Nautic pattern. Counts are mine. You always forget. Oh, you're so true. You're so right. That was a while ago too, though. Suspicious poison? Why is it in the shape of that? Sell that. Get that out of my pocket. I will accidentally drink that. I do forget, because you're usually not on that account a lot.
Come back anytime. I'll be here.
Yeah, sure, you'll be there. Yeah. Okay, let's see how this goes down. We're just gonna roll with it.
Back on your feet or I'll bite your toes off one by one.
Oh. Why are you gonna bite my toes off, brother?
Gnomes speak in soft whispers, the words all but lost in the hot air.
Oh, eavesdrop. Yes. Oh, 10? I hope I get it. I've had good rolls today. Today. Anytime I'll be here. Yeah, you'll be here. Dead, but here. Exactly what I'm saying.
I'll never get through. We need that smoke powder.
Philommene's gone, and if she's smart, she won't be coming back.
One smoke powder
Tell
out
the
of all the other
sergeant where she
bombs.
went. Beltron's still trapped with that maniac near.
Forget the smoke powder. They'd kill Phil on the spot. I won't let you do it.
Okay, we will.
Carrying on. Carrying on. Yes, thank you. I was speaking back to them, you know? Persuasion. I think friends. I love being a bard. What the freak? I miss being a druid. I don't have to talk to them, just kill them. Let the gods sort them out. You know,
Praise
right.
Ironhand. Larida, our prayers are answered. Mom, our friends are trapped in the cave-in.
Okay,
and I know a way
won't
to
lie.
get
He's
them out.
shouting it to the world.
Please. Trusolnir will... You know what he'll do.
Terrible situation. I'm pretty sure you'll pay handsomely. Oh, so if I just fucking kill everybody around, then I could explode this and then kill nearby himself instead of opening it and then having to deal with that. Honestly, not gonna lie, that sounds like quite the drama. I can't wait to watch. Is entirely true.
What? No! Lungbug, you can't!
I've got no choice, Larida.
I think
we have to chance it. A few
Let's
days
see what
back,
happens.
there was a scene. Our friend Philomene, she's a sapper, set off a blast and ran off.
We have a story
we set
for
a
you.
spot for hiding if someone found trouble.
Also, Shadowheart's
I'll
on the
mark
screen.
your map.
Well, not right now, but she
If
will be.
Philomene made it, you'll find her there. She'll have the stuff to blow that tunnel wide open and get Beldron and the rest out.
Do I need all of them though? Head to my collection. Hey, I'm not evil.
Incredible news. Drop it near the cave-in and set it alight.
Do you want me to explode you too? They're looking at me. Okay, so we're going to murder everyone. Oh yes, would you like to see her? Hold on. Hold on, before everything goes down. There she is. We'll just pose her right there. Shadowheart right there. Not in her prime outfit yet. I haven't gotten the one I really want. But it's been a long time since I played on this save file, so you know, we're dealing with what we have. Literally still in Act 1, so we're not worrying about it. Can't wait till Act 2. You bet your ass.
You better hope your little trick didn't harm the true soul!
Okay, you shut the fuck up over there, sir. I'm talking about Shadowheart. You bet your ass. She's getting her white hair.
Move it!
Explain the story? The Gar story? Yes.
You stop digging again, and I'll bleed you dry!
What's this? Mochi, I'm trying to figure out what to do. I don't really have any spells. I don't have any. I literally have no spell slots. Slots?
I'm ready. Whatever
She
it
has
takes.
no spell slots.
Hey ho.
Barbarian. He has 3 spell slots.
Can't give up now.
Okay. It's just when who has it? Hold on, give it to me. No, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. And then over here. Oh, did that need to go into my physical pockets? Find explosives. Okay, and on it, we can now try to blow. Okay. Blind the absolute. I did that.
Just set TG bomb next to the rubble and they'll clear the way. Also, you made Asterion an arcane trickster.
Did? Happy. Sorry. Happy. Oh, I did in arcane trickster. You're entirely correct. I was gonna say you're so true. Now I said you're entirely true, which is also trickery domain. Oh, why is she trickered? College of Swords. Okay. Oh, I have a really bad headache. Ow. Okay, I need to switch these headphones.
Faster, shitheads!
I don't lie, I'm like gripping my mouse. Cannot let go of it because my cat's on me. These aren't plugged in yet. These are awfully dirty, but they are my preferred headphones compared to my other HyperXs. That, like, my ears are really hurting from those. Okay. We're plugged in. I just had to, like, turn the thing to make it sound in both ears. Okay. Well, I don't want to hurt them. Can I just, like... Oh. Okay, everybody...
Press ahead.
Okay, you guys stand right there.
Could always get worse for you.
Actually...
I'm ready.
Stand over here. This explosion is quite big.
Home will ever believe
just
this.
in case.
Near the rubble, a
I clicked the rock.
A true soul. True soul. Finally.
I didn't mean to click the
You
rock,
must
brother.
clear rubble. Spilling poison. Quit quick. Get.
View through Nir's eyes is a blur. You only make out a bit of. You sense Nir's frustration.
I don't care. I don't care about him. Drop item.
Get back!
Out of the way!
One spark and it'll blow.
Blast the thing to bits!
Oh, okay.
My faith
Shadowheart?
protects me.
Fuck it up. Hey, so it's still... Hey, so Shadowheart? Throw that shit at it.
No time like the present.
Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron!
It wasn't enough, but I did it at the end. Did I? I don't know who I killed by accident. Ignis misses? Ooh, should I redo that? I killed somebody. Do we really care? I killed Winslow. Do we want him alive? How do we feel? I fucking annihilated him. I should have just thrown that huge fucking bomb. Actually, I want to try. Hold on. I want to just... Load game. I really don't care. That's the thing. But I want to see if that Boomba... like that and throwing a whole fucking bomb at it fucking implodes it. I want to see. Also, I'm not going to talk to the rock. I didn't want to talk to the rock. I didn't want to talk to the dumb bitch on the other side. I got nothing from him. Because Nier also just straight up kills somebody by throwing them into the lava. Oh, is that what happened?
The slowest of you lot is getting tossed to a Rothaean.
I didn't skip the cutscene, it just went in straight into that. I don't really want to talk to anybody. Hold on, I don't have it in my inventory. Nor do I I have what I want. Take the suspicious poison, Karlak. Don't drink it though.
Get back! Out of the way! One spark and it'll blow.
Blast the thing to bits!
Okay, hold on. We gotta back up.
Hope this ends well.
Beldron, can you hear me?
God damn!
Beldron!
You walked into the fucking fire! Is it poison? I thought it was a potion. It's a suspicious potion. Also, he walked into the fire and was just like, ew, you hurt me. I hate you. Oh no, our table is broken. Not shadows. I've never been able to do the sneak attack on any of them. Do I have? Hey, see if I can stab him. I don't have the freaking. I need you to just scoot over slightly. Thank you. Oh, I could have bit him. Oh, hey, Dubs. Ow. Hey, that's so rude. God, I look ridiculous with those two weapons. Okay, we're killing him. I don't have any. You're good, you're good. Are you evil? Yeah, you're evil. You're evil, you're evil, you're evil. Yeah, you're evil. Yeah, you're evil. You're not evil. You're evil. Thank you. How to assess my evil levels. Okay, we're putting her there. I have no slots. Arcane Trickster? That class sucks. I'm sorry, he just got fucking beat up. Oh, they're all fucking dead in there. Rip.
Oh, in my throne.
I should just fucking explode him. I cast Implode. Yeah, see, I have no aim. Oh, I have no action either. Can't be an enemy? Oh. Hey, what potions do I have? Items. And then speed. My training. Haste or focus. York. Colossus. We can be fucking huge. Dude, all effects of that's just poison. Invisibility. Might be nice. Might be resistance. Poison resistance. A bomb. Just have one of those in my pockets. What's this one? Places effects from other elixirs when drunk. Interesting. Oh, wrong button. I wish I could hit him. I really need Carla. I really need her in the fight. Fuck you. Swish. I might get fucked up here, I'll be honest. I might need to actually bring Gale out or something. He's enlarged. Oh. Oh, brother. I think I'm fucking dead. See, I will say, I did...
Not going to last much longer.
Hey, if I'm confused. Hey, Carla, you're not going to do anything you'll regret, right? You're not going to do anything you'll regret, right?
Dying. Not on my watch.
Who did you enlarge? I didn't enlarge anybody. Oh my god, she's in the fucking lava! Why do you want to... She's in the fucking lava. What do you think she's gonna do? Look, he's the enlarged. But there's 2 enlarged ones. There's 3 enlarged ones. I'm not winning this. I'll have you know, I am not winning this. At all. Jump out of the lava. I don't think she can jump at all, I'll be honest. I think she's a little, I think she's a little dead.
There got his due.
Oh, can my other two friends join the battle? Oh, wasn't the original plan to like kill everybody outside first and then boom back? Believe in you? Thank you. It can be done. Oh, Karlach, don't do anything you'll regret. She did everything she regretted. I mean, I love Karlach. Look how strong she is. I just would like Karlach on my team. That's... Someone put Karlach down, that's what I'm fucking saying, bro. Get your little paw out of there. I want to see what happens here. Not being controlled by you? No. Now she's controlled by me. She was being controlled. So she was beating the shit out of us. She was confused. Confused and something else. So, you need my help, you killed me. Honestly, it was so funny. Okay. Let's go back right here. God, that was so funny, actually, because she fucking annihilated us. She took us out. Astarion too. He was focus on the counter. Weird. You did a hard focus on the counter? What do you mean by that? I couldn't even do anything. Do I want to bring Gale out for this? I don't have any slots, so I think I genuinely should long rest. Like, actually, I think I need to, because I have no slots.
Back on your feet, or I'll bite your toes off one by one.
The person control. I didn't have anybody else. By the time she got controlled, I didn't have any moves left.
Like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that
Yeah.
Do I need to rip the extra
It was, I went, then the person who controlled Karlach went, and then it was over. And then it was over. I just let it play out. I think I need to go back to the camp to... I mean, I have all those I can use. 3 spells, but I don't have any spell slots.
You prick's got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Near dies, heads roll. And that goes for novices too.
Oh, might as well reload the save. So real. She is really strong. Which is kind of cool and kind of good. I'm scared.
As my feet can carry me.
End the day. But we're not at the campsite. Like, with the druids. Oh! Oh shit, people want to talk to me. Okay, it's not gonna do the celebrate with everybody.
Already feeling better.
What's he doing? Did I accidentally romance him? I hope I didn't. Oh my god, what am I wearing? Did we kill? No, I took her clothes though. I took her clothes, I forgot. Yowdy howdy, Gothic. I know my shit.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he wasn't gonna talk.
You startled me. It's miles away.
Wanted to be.
Just pondering what I lost. Mystra commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists.
You know,
Is hers to
Gale is
bestow.
really ballsy for trying to
Withhold.
romance
And yet even now,
a goddess.
more than I fear losing my own self and soul, I fear losing my command of her art. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it. It's like music, poetry,
Mochi's
physical
staring
beauty,
at him.
all rolled into one and given expression through the
Like,
senses.
what's happening?
Is it the same for you?
Oh sure, I'm just gonna give him all my bard responses.
Fair enough. Though in the end, we're still playing the same composition.
Are we?
Perhaps I can show you what I mean by reaching into the weave together.
Me? Together? Okay.
Then follow my lead.
Okay. I don't know for romance and Gale, but unfortunately, he's trying. He was yeah. Okay. True. He successfully romanced a goddess. I don't see shit.
Now you.
Okay. Oh God. Okay. Hold on. I can't see my stat rolls of this. Oh, I can see it over here because Mochi's head is perfectly blocking it on the side. Are we together? No, man. Kind of sounds gay. Yeah. Just girly things. A performance. I mean, I would like to actually try. Let's see if I don't have to, I only need 5. Yeah, we're good. It's fine. Harley is goated, okay? Harley is pretty goated with the sauce. Look at that. Look at her go. That's my girl. That is my fucking
You feel
goat.
something strange.
Are we
like a
romancing
kind
Gale?
word
I don't.
and a kind touch
This
at
isn't
the
where I
same
thought it was going
time.
to be.
It's warm and comfortable.
I pushed
Excellent. Now, repeat after me.
That was an awful hair look I just did.
Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
Okay, we gotta do this again. The fucking other one. Actually, I dislike tongue twisters. Please, we have one at least. Do I have inspiration? I actually kind of want to get this right. I actually kind of want to reach into the weave together. Please. At least a 4. Okay, 15 I'll take. I will take a 15. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, pretty light.
Suddenly, the scent of rose
didn't
water.
think this is what was gonna
and
happen.
a
I was just trying
sense
to
of
long rest so I could
well-being.
get slots.
A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
Okay, I call a memory of youth. Okay, I think we go Bard. We're Bard. We go Bard. I have ugly shoes on, bro. Won't lie. Shoes are kind of ugly.
You see, or is it
I think
sense,
Scratch is
the
walking
unmistakable
through the cutscene
presence
right now.
of
I heard little
Mystra,
pitter patters.
the Lady of Mysteries. There's something like the anticipation of a
Fucking
kiss,
bulldog man, banging the
then the
goddess of
pleasure
magic,
of
then-
being cloaked in peace. You are
He's
safe.
staring at us.
You are nestled in the cup of Mystra's
Then he turned
hand.
around after getting essentially dumped. He decided to bang his new girlfriend and boyfriend.
You did it!
His magic
You're
begins.
channeling the weave.
In the weave.
How does it feel?
He is really bold. I did cut it off his hand one time. Twice, actually. I cut off his hand. We're gonna go with this one for now.
Oh, I know.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't have gone with that.
The weave
Mm,
connects you. The moment feels intimate.
I'm sorry. His little dumb smile, just like, I can feel him tucking his hair behind his ear, like, the carnival. Yes, I do remember the carnival. Like his with his face. I don't know. We're accidentally romancing him right now. It's a good night. It's a good night for Is he flirting or plotting? That's a good question. Well, I'm not the one to decide things. Which one should I decide here for you guys? We have hold ons at the moment. We have a satisfying end, and then we have you're in no mood to be so close to Gale. He's just a happy guy. He's just a little guy. I have left him in the campsite quite a lot now. We got Karlach and we kicked him out because I really love Starion. Just a happy guy. I didn't even drink my tea yet. It's quite late in the day. I don't care. I just need to stir. I put in the rest of the honey that I have. Very hungry dinosaur. If you keep Gale's hand all the way to the... And I wouldn't romance Gale. He's a boring white guy. Okay, so you say no. Steve, since you're also here at this current moment, what do you say? I think I say then we end. We satisfying it. It's time to go. We just do the middle one. I'm also a boring white guy. Well. Shut up, you're fat. You're right. You know what I'm saying?
The weave evaporates. And
Oh,
as
he
it
looks
does so,
mad now.
you
Look, he
realise
looks
the
mad.
night
We made the
feels
baby
suddenly
mad.
cold and lonesome.
I think we will romance one of the girls or the other.
There it goes.
Oh, now he's fucking
How
depressed.
easily things slip away from us. No matter how hard they were in the obtaining.
Now he's fucking
Good night.
depressed. Cut
I
off his
enjoyed sharing
hand
a
one
moment of
time
magic with you.
and he's fucking depressed. Okay. We'll take note though. I will hold on to his hand. I didn't realize he was gonna get that. So we're not romancing. I don't want to romance Will. I don't want to romance Lae'zel. I must have said Shadowheart because I was looking at her. We can romance Karlach. We can romance Shadowheart. We could romance Gale. I think that's on the low list. Did we get Mizora? Is it her? I think we actually get her. I don't know. I think we did it right. It's been so long. Go to bed. Full reset. Just go eat, please. Who fucking texted me? Stick your finger in the butthole. True, I gave him a finger stuck in my butthole.
It's been a day, Scratch. Come here, boy.
Look, Gar. Okay, they went away. Play your silly little tune, Bard. Okay, now we're gonna go try to fuck him.
The dog holds a well-chewed ball in his mouth.
We get the ability to summon. Okay. Oh my god, Mochi is literally staring up at Harley in awe. That was so cute. I'll have to post that picture.
All
I just
right.
looked over and she's staring
It's only
up at
fair
her.
that you enjoy it too.
If you use non-lethal damage,
But if you feel like throwing
you'll get her
it,
in Moonrise Tower. Okay.
I wouldn't mind
think
that
we
at all.
did because I think we wanted to keep her. Pet him. If you do not pet Scratch, you're an abomination. You heard it here first. If you do not pet Scratch, abomination. Evil, one may say. Evil. Okay, leave. Okay, leave camp. Oh, do we keep Astarion or do I exchange him out for Gale? Or Will, maybe. What is Will? Will is a warlock. If you are a fucking monster and attack and kill Scratch, then the other companions will turn and attack you. As they should. Because who would do such a fucking thing? Damn, my icon's good looking. Damn. Anyways, we can romance a couple other people too. But yeah. Respec Astarion and turn him into assassin. Can we respec with Withers? Can we do that? Right now? Why did I turn it? What did I turn him into? That's the wrong one. You said it earlier, but I want to look at the whole sheet. Arcane Trickster. Why did I turn him into Arcane Twister? Twister. An Arcane Twister. He's playing Twister all day long. He's a Twister expert. Scratch dies in combat, every single companion will be sad and will have a small bit of dialogue about it. That's why I never bring him out in combat, because I cannot afford such thing. I don't care if he, like, it's just combat. I don't know. Scratch can never... Scratch needs the high life. Switching the back of my knee. I have like an eczema breakout or something. I think it's going away now. It's so fucking weird. I don't know. Skin's weird.
So say your chum blows me out of there.
Turn him into Arcane Twister because you kind of skipped through and said, oops, I'll fix it later. And then later never get... Okay, fair. I can fix it at Wivers. Mr. Wivers.
Keep a blade close.
Come here. Right? I've never actually respected somebody. I mean, Arcane Twister, Arcane Trickster sounds really cool. Shard as well into a light cleric. Okay, so we're gonna do a little...
I shall be here in thy camp.
Yeah, okay.
For whenever thou hast need of my services.
As
thou desire.
Sorry, Mochi's blocking half of the fucking, like, thing. Okay, dock all attention. Okay. Oh no, can I actually change? Abilities? Can I change the other things? This is just my... Oh, I'm level 1 right now. Okay, I don't think I changed any of this. It puts me back down to level 1 rogue. Or life, either are great. Okay. I don't know what I did for her on my other playthroughs. Haunted! Victor.
Guess who hath returned, in some ways, an arcane trickster in the flesh. Your personal poltergeist. It's a haunting in your voids, ... Wood.
2 and 1. Okay, I'm gonna keep all these, I'm pretty sure. Two side hand. Stealth, that's good. Stealth is good. Performance, persuasion. Intimidation might be nice, but I think persuasion is okay. I'm not using him for talk. Okay. Where's the little old button? Oh, thank God I hit it. Mochi is face planted on the screen. Okay. Accept that. We're gonna go to the next one. Okay, so assassin. Ass. Swashbuckler. I need us to be swashbucklers one of these times. So we're gonna do assassin. Attack rolls. Ambush. Okay. His boots aren't medium armor. If they are, they're fucking with his stealth and sneak attack. Okay. So now he's ass. Ooh. Jump might be nice. What would you... I mean, alert might be nice. I'm gonna click alert right meow. 5 bonus being surprised. What would you recommend? Weapon Master, Tavern Brawler, Spell Sniper, Skilled. Skilled isn't bad. Sharpshooter, Sentinel, Ritual, Caster, Resilient, Full Armed, Fulmer, Moderate Armored, Mobile. See, those are magic. Great Weapon Master, Elemental. Alert is good. Those medium armor. And Dual Wielder. What is that one? Dual Wielder. Oh, Dual Wielder. Heals 2 weapon fighting. Right, you can gain. I think I'm gonna do Dual Wielder. I think that would be really cool on him. That one I'm gonna do. Alert probably is really good for him, but I do really like that. Okay, and then we're going to go a little switch.
Can't afford to stay idle.
And then we're going to go take you on a little walk and
what I
spend
can
some more
bring.
money.
Ah, I
Yes.
shall be here in thy cap. As
Change
thou
class.
desire.
Okay, so that. Ooh, I kind of want. I think a life domain might work a little bit better. And push her as a hard, like, healer. You wield two. Yeah! I think that might be good. I think those are fine. I think life domain is probably the best. I think I made my class a death domain. Death domain sucks ass. Really, what is it? Hold on. You wield an unorthodox divine tool of deceit, illusion, and worship of your chosen deity. Yeah. War. I don't need her war though. I think life. I think we should stick with life. Sorry, I'm putting on my slippers. My feet fucking hurt from standing on the floor, but like, I'd rather stand. Subclass healing, strength powers. Hey, skinny.
I'm sorry. Did I just see Skinny Vecna? That's what the dude with no skin. Does he have skin? Looks like.
He does. That is Mr. Withers. I love him dearly. He brings us back to life. You already know the spell. The spell is a better version of the ones you already knew. I think life. You said life or light. Think. What did we get? Cantrips? Light. Ring hands. Fairy fire subclass. Shield yourself from divine light. Use your to impose disadvantage on an attacker, possibly causing them to miss. Ooh, that is pretty good. I think I'm gonna hard focus her as a healer. Yeah. Okay, and now I'm gonna take the wild guess of Yes. The wild guess of where the button is because my cat is blocking the screen. God, we start off with 9 health and that's crazy. Paired spells. I think I'll keep these for now. I do like Sanctuary. Stop! You violated the law. So, how well acquainted he is. It's with the concept of skin. That's been nearly dubbed Skinny Vecna. The interesting critter he is. Adorable. He's a good guy though. Eat or destroy water. I kind of want this one though, Healing Wound. Sanctuary I like. Bone Daddy, so true. Withers with the rack though? With a large rack? That mod, so funny. Oh, hey Red. How are you doing?
Now you Boulder people free.
Okay.
Yippee, yippee, Krusty Krab City.
Oh, I love this one. This is the one I like. Aid. Increase their hit point. Okay. I like this one much better. I love this one. So we're actually just gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get this. And then, do like that, but what if I get a good old hold a person? I think for now, that'll be good because I love this one. Prayer of Healing is wonderful. Treat or destroy water. I do like that. We're gonna keep that. I'm gonna see how I can actually use that. Oh, we have fun lurking. Big with big naturals. Exactly. Cantrips. I like bursting. I didn't finish that whole thing. Death Toll is pretty cool. Reduce flame. Light. Infuse an object with an aura of light. I don't do Toll of Death. I do like Toll of Death. Those are fine. Do we keep her alert or should we make her a dual wielder too? I think alert might be good. keep her on task, you know? I know for a fact I don't need to do this with Karlach because I listened with Karlach of what I should click for her. My fanfiction. I fucking love fanfiction. Skills, most never tavern brawler. Weapon master. With 4 weapons of your choice. Strength time increased by... Ooh, weapon master might be nice. Savage dagger, ritual caster. I just want to see what's here. Okay, it's those ones. Okay. Resilient. Armor mobile. Light heavy armor. So she is defensive duelist. Oh, an attack to finish and then which can click that really quick. Dual wield though might be cool. I like to give her either shield master. Ooh, or she has heavy armor code. I like to give her heavy armor. Shield. You gain +2 dexterity saving throw while wielding a shield. If a spell forces you to make a dexterity throw. I want to do heavy shield because I know what weapon I want to give her eventually. And I want to give her the shield I have right now. But at least with this I can give her some other hefty armor, I think. Shield Master might be nice right now, though. Won't lie. Shield and diminished effect. Damage. Half damage. Because I can't wield a shield and a spear. Heavily armored. Heavy armor mastery. Strength is increased by 1 to a maximum of 20. Incoming damage from non-magical attacks also decreased by 3 while wearing heavy armor. I think we try out that one. I'm gonna see if I have some heavy armor. I don't know if I have some on right meow. Not right meow, but like on hand. I don't know. I really want to give her a shield. I really want her to use a shield. I get the weapon I want for her in Act 2. So I won't have to wait that long. I'm gonna do Shield Master. I want to try that out for a little bit. I kind of want to sit down, but if I move my desk, my cat's gonna be disturbed, and I don't want to do that to her. Ooh. Okay, prepared spell. Ooh, Speak with Dead is probably really good. That one, all really good. Oh, that's the one. That's the shit. Sorry, Create Water. This is the one I fucking love. I love Spirit Guardian so much. Here's our one-handed. So can I put... What is this? Pole arm. This is pole arm. But I do have a sword I can give her right meow. This is just the fancier pole arm. Glyph. I think I keep one for this. Remove curse. That one's really good. Animate the dead. I mean, I don't really need to speak with the dead right meow. What if I remove hold person and then do remove curse? I summon daylight. I think that's good for right now. Okay. Spec is done. Mochi, we're going down. We're going down. The spear has versatile attack on it. You can choose one hand. Well, because this is two-handed. The one I have is two-handed. Because I have a shield for her, and I think that's really cool. So I might switch out her with this and this for right meow. What is this one? Is this a short sword? Oh, it's a short sword. Get rid of that. Get that. She has a mace right meow. I'll keep her with that. Into Astarion. We're gonna do this. Oh, I have this armor. Yeah. Okay, better. Maybe she can use a sword. Whether she has a proficiency. Well, it's okay. I gave her a mace. Talisman. Oh, talisman go in that. Talisman? I want that. More healing there. Protection from good and evil. That's such a cool talisman. I don't have a lot of rings. I have 2 giant fucking swords. And I love that for me. I do have this great sword. Can I put that on her? No, it's two-handed. Okay. Original plan. I will, however, have her hold that because she can hold a lot of... Reorganizing. Do I want to have axe? Or a big hammer? Oh, wait, that's so cool. Or other. Hammer. No, I want her to keep the hammer. Hold that up.
Have a lot
This
on my
one.
mind.
And then we go here.
Well, in
no,
it.
we're gonna sit right here and I'm gonna fucking stay. Because I did all of that work. I don't think it really matters because who has her attacked melee anyways? Fair. Me. When shit comes down, do it. So my monitor is like this. Like this is like the bottom part of my monitor. Mochi is like... She like has her forehead pressed up against it. What are you doing?
Clean up this mess.
Is that comfy?
Here dies, heads roll.
Aww.
And that goes for novices too.
Faster, shitheads!
She's so cute. Well, what's in my inventory? Not the things I need. Send that over here. Send that over here. Okay.
Can't slow down.
So, we're just gonna try to fight them all again, or should I try to kill them first? I need to organize my pockets. Anyways. Type. Okay, that puts it there. Scratchy spot! He's so cute! This one. This one. Send to camp. Oh! Mochi's standing up. She's stretching. And she sits. You didn't get to see any of that. It really matters. Okay, that's that. Doors poem. Camp. I also have that other book that I sent to camp by accident before even reading. I have ugly ass shoes. My friend was playing with just normal clothes on, like to just hide it, and it was so funny. She had the most atrocious outfit on. Wonderful outfit. Chef's kiss. No armor. No armor. But you know, he slayed. He slayed in battle.
You pricks got some.
Didn't you hear?
Should I try to kill
I
him?
need to rip the extra flesh off your ears! Faster!
And that goes for novices too.
You better hope your little tricks didn't harm the true soul!
Hello?
Slowest of you losses get
Move it!
Goodbye. Okay, somebody's pulled in. Outfits are fucking great. I have short ring. Ashley Graham's outfit? That's so funny.
Stop digging again, and I'll bleed you dry!
Skirt, not shorts. Skirt, not shorts. Okay, fair. I mean, well, honestly, both are really cute.
Back on your feet.
And I respect both of them. Because they both are really cute. Drop item.
Get back.
The way.
One spark and it'll blow.
Yeah, I know.
Data bits.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to place it in the right place. Okay, everybody back up. I saved, right? I did. Okay,
what are you waiting for?
Oh, what am I? I'm trying to find the fucking item in my pocket. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Skip it a whoop.
Finally! Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron!
You talk.
Oh, that's the other one. There we look. We actually got the cutscene. I don't know what happened last time, but it killed everything.
Worthless slaves!
Picture trail? Yes, you do.
Competence has been my ruin. Near does not fail.
I forgot about that. He really does just smack her. Did you use Alchemist Fire before? No, I used the same grenade. It just made fire before, and I don't know where that came from.
You care for the
Astarion disapproves.
true
Karlach
soul.
approves, though. Okay, I'm not trying to romance Astarion.
Most
Yeah.
curious.
That's why they initiated the fight, is because they stepped in the fire afterwards. I was like, what did I fucking do? You stepped in it. You stepped in the fire. I didn't tell you to. How do I want to do this? It demands revenge. Yeah, I think Harley would say this. This isn't about them. I can't stand your face. True. She's so pretty. Like, genuinely? Look at that little face card there. She's so pretty. And then look right there. Karlach. Nah.
And yet you came to my aid.
I didn't.
A test. Yes, you must be. The Absolute bade you to
She's
try
so pretty.
Mir's faith. Thrin, carve out her heart and serve it to the Rothe. If she indeed is a true soul, let the Absolute save her.
He looks ugly, stinky, probably smells like shit, and is ugly. Oh my god! Oh my god! In your eulogy, I'm going to call you a twat soul. Yes, Harley.
Insufferable, insolent scum.
Yes, Harley.
I'm going to
love her.
enjoy this.
Shut your shitholes, both of you.
Oh, okay.
You
Well, I
owe
was
my
having
crew
fun.
10 days worth of coin near,
I'm just having fun.
and it's time you shell out.
Direct your blade
little
at the
blade?
heretic, Dwergar.
Like as big as his hand.
You shall have your coin.
You're damn right I'll have it. Me and that one, we got a deal. We beat your
moving
ass
like a robot.
and dig the Jews out from your carcass.
You bargained with this wretch. How
He called me a
vexing.
fucking wretch, bro.
Near is not without mercy, true soul.
I should get the polyamorous
The
one.
rat
We should just
has
romance
given
them all,
you a
I'm telling
chance
you.
to earn my favor.
It's Harley's
Strike
goal anyways.
him down.
Strike him
Prove
down? Who?
your faith.
Me hit him? Yeah, and the bebbles. Side with the bebbles.
Heretics.
Karlach disapproves. Karlach, what the fuck do you want?
Be your end.
Does Karlach not want me to... Where are we? Oh my god. Look at this clusterfuck right here. We are all... He is in my face. My dude, back the fuck up. Okay, so we have those. Where is he? He's over there. Yeah, you're also bad. But now I have 2 weapons in my hand. Perish. Yeah. Though, some more. You're so right. But like, what did Karlach want me to do? Is Karlach not with... Did Karlach want me to side with him? Oh, somebody else joined. Look at that. Somebody joined in that fight in the meantime of me yapping. Ooh, we really did make Astarion much better. You beat the shit out of somebody, please. Okay, one of them hit. I thought she was gonna walk into the fucking... Oh. Oh, I don't want to hit him. So if I do this... Attack defense... It increases your armor class by 4 if you hit. Oh, if I hit, attack 2 enemies at once. Oh, okay, I see, okay. Okay, so that's that. I haven't played her in a while, so I'm like, okay, what am I doing? Doesn't enjoy you siding with evil characters. Doesn't matter if they're lesser evil. Evil is evil to her. So I was supposed to say nothing? They're both fucking evil. Oh, shoot a target with enough force to push them back 6 meters. Afterwards, you can teleport to the target. Okay. Thrust your weapon with enough force to push the target. And that's also... Okay, so 2 teleports. 1 that hits 2. And these one... Oh, what's this one? That's also... Okay, 2. Okay, 2. Okay. Darian doesn't enjoy you siding with any deep gnomes because he's racist. Starry needs to get his act together. I can fix him. Fortunately, I won't be fixing him this time. Featherball. Fuck you in particular. Oh. Great move by me. Who are you? Sorry, Starian. Oopsie. Don't you dare hit Karlach.
You're in my thrall.
He didn't hit Karlach. That's all that matters. Starian's activated. No, I believe it. I fully believe it. Oh, she's fucking too close to me. I might just take a hit as Karlach. Because I need to get to him. I need to get to him. Okay, so we're gonna kill him. Oh. Don't do anything you'll regret. She did something she'll regret. Good thing she didn't really do too much. Oh, she dazed out of it? Oh, sorry. Anyways, cast that. Over there. And now, yeah, just stay right there. Oh, you're gonna get hit. Sorry. That's what you get for hitting somebody else. Oh. Oh, not me. Okay, Karlach. Okay, so how do I play her again? Okay, that's that. This is that. Ooh, bear. Rage bear heart. Barbar gets 3 flourishes. That was strawberry, sorry. Mobile defense and slashing, but you have 6 because one set is range and the other set is melee. Okay. Karlach. Fuck you. Karlach attack. Now Karlach, attack that one.
About it.
Okay, now Karlach. You just stay right there, actually. Yeah, I didn't even move you that far. Let's see how this goes. I wish I could push him. He's in like the prime spot for pushing. But I have nobody by him. Don't get enlarged. Ow! Ow! My fucking head! Oh. Oh, he's a good guy! Oh, hell yeah. You're a good guy. I don't think a Starian can take him on. 58. We're gonna attack you. Can I chomp you? No, I can't. Okay, okay. It's good, guys. Oh. So I think she melted down there. I think she melted. Oh, I used that potion earlier. Oh, that might be useful later. Or 10. Or 7. Got 7. I don't really want to teleport towards him. If I leave...
Have to keep going.
Okay. Just give it a whoop. Ooh, there is one person up there. Forgot about them. This is so fun. I've missed this. Oh, oops, you got it. Why Why'd you have to hit him with that? Oh, I forgot there's another dude right there. Oh no, he moved. Why'd he fucking heal? That's really rude. That's also rude. Ow. My head. Relentless attack. Fuck it up. Beat the shit out of them. Oh. Oh. Missed. Who am I? Inflict. How much health he got? I do really like this. I do really. Can I cast hold? Worth a try. I have my little guy over there. Sanctuary. That's fine. I'll keep her there. Not fucking invisible. Come back here, you bitch. Oh! Good job, sword.
I got this.
Yeah, Carla, okay, beat the shit out of him. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. Am I in his attack range? I am. I want to shift this way. Is anybody really hurt? I kinda am. Yeah, thanks, Garlic. Don't hit me. Did he just fucking implode? Did somebody throw something? Okay, let's get him out of there. Oh, Starry, you fucking missed and he's on the floor.
What now?
Just fucking hitting my mouth on the fucking floor. Just kill that bitch, please. Thank you. I'm right here. I'm just gonna take a little look, see what's in your pocket. You got bloodstone. That's gonna make me real heavy. Oh, that's a javelin. Fungus stew? Hello, princess. Hello, Carl. Princess. Hello, princess. Hello. The Disney day is beginning to be bland. It's my bad. I didn't do anything this month. What is happening? Ow, leave Shadowheart alone. Yeah. Oh. That's not where I thought that was going. Oh, okay. There's a man right in front of you, but you threw that so far. They've gone. Can't find them. Yes. Little Baldur, get I see. Why, yes. Oh. He's searching for that person who's invisible. Oh. It's a Widow Baldur's Gate. We haven't done too much today because it's been so long since I've played this. I didn't know where the fuck I was. Or what I was to do. Guiding Bolt. Sacred Flame? I do like Sacred Flame. What's this? This is a non-lethal attack? Oh! Okay, taking note, taking note. That's a non-lethal attack. Main hand. Ooh, bonk him in the fucking head. No, right, yeah. Inflict. I cast Inflict. That's annoyed at me when I play Baldur's Gate because I don't know what to do and I get locked. What a bitch. That's the fun part about Baldur's Gate. There's so many things that I missed when I was playing that I learned in my friend's playthrough when we were playing as a whole gang. And then there was stuff that I learned that then I showed them because then I was playing ahead of them. And then now there's stuff that I learned because we finished it and I'm like, holy shit, I didn't do that and I'm not gonna get through it in my own playthrough. And I fucked up romancing Astarion in my own first playthrough, so I need to finish it now and get it over with so I can play it again and romance Astarion properly. And also, I don't know what the fuck I was doing in this either. We're just being a little bitch because we're just a little bard. We're a sassy little guy. We're a sassy little Harley. There's somebody over here. Oh, there they are. Oh, hey, bro. It's only them right here. You fucking missed. I missed. What a romance. Gale, I almost romanced him literally not too long ago. And I say that because, like... God! 13 months! Fuck yeah! Oh, I don't think I needed to do that to him. Can I take his head off? I'm not gonna be able to get to that person. I think they can handle that person. Oh, magic missile. Oh, okay, they're fucking her up. Man, I haven't played Lethal Company in so long.
Yes.
Let's see if that hits. It did not. Let's see if this hits.
Another.
It did.
Shindilrin's shithouse. You see it?
I will
Cock
say.
Stench had a regular in his skull. All the more reason to clear out. Here's your cut. Extra too, like I promised.
Extra?
Clan, grab your gear, wipe your asses. Time I scram.
I'll show you Karlach on my screen card.
Moonrise Towers
So you get a
in.
little demo. Okay, unfortunately right now Karlach is actually straight up behind me, so I can't see. Car, we should play sometime. I know that's hard to like get time to like play like when we're both playing games, but like, oh, it would be so much fun. No, you didn't like her? Lae'zel is very beautiful. I'm honestly very intrigued. I hate on Lae'zel, but because she's so mean to me, and I'm like, loving Orly. But I don't actually hate her. I really love her. She's just like not at my top tier of like actually bringing around. I really like Cleric. I am biased for Astarion, but I do actually like having him there because having him for Disarm and unlocking things is very nice. But because I usually play Druid, I usually am playing a class that I don't have the ability to do that. So I like keeping him there. I honestly really love Gale. I actually would like to romance him. Not necessarily in this run, but like in general. You're meeting her on her literal worst day of her life? Yeah. Oh,
Clan property. They come with us.
No way we're letting these bastards take those gnomes, right?
Oh, persuasion. They'll just slow you down. Oh shit. What do I have? Sorry, Mochi's head is still. Fucking kill him. Are we gonna kill him or persuasion? Because I have a lot of persuasion. I just can't see it. Sorry, Mochi. I just need to see my ticks. Okay, I have equal for both of those. Kill John Lennon. There's a lot of them to fucking kill. It would please Karlach, wouldn't it? Well, I don't have any option to kill him here. I will do intimidation. I literally don't have an option. At least right meow to say, fuck you, kill. We will do this. I will add friends. And we will roll. There was an attack option in the corner? Really? I mean, I can't entirely be mad about that because I have a whole cat blocking my entire corner. I hope if it was in this corner, I can't see shit. If it was in this corner, I was distracted by that corner.
Won't hear me argue. Your mouth's got the might to back it. Gnome pricks! You're off the hook! Scram before I get my senses! Your brain going mushy, Shark. That's where those absolute freaks hole up.
I definitely...
Goblins, drow, gnolls, even humans. Ain't no one they won't try to turn. The way I hear tell, some prick there calls the
Obiak
shots.
opened up
The
deadlock. I
general
must have
near
Darlock.
called him, and there
Bottom
ain't
left.
no way I'm sticking around long enough to meet him.
Have trade, attack, leave options normally. Oh, oh, these. Oh wait, has that always been there? At least the, like, I don't remember character select being there. I've noticed some because I've gone back to dialogue. It's been there since the very beginning. I've never noticed the character select one. Dialogue history, I've always known. Didn't know that was attack. That one's probably just on me. I didn't know about the character select, which I think is really nice. Oh. So should we kill him? I mean, the slaves are free now too. Look how angry she is. You say kill. This is, like, Harley is me. I am playing Harley how I want Harley to be played, but it is also a combination of the entire... hold on, I need to tap out really quick. We tapped out of the whole fucking game. I need to see. Is today today? Is today the freaking day? I don't know if it is. I think I'm just gonna leave him. I think we're just gonna... Harley, is you? You technically have saved the slaves. You could just leave now. If I ever see him again, I will rip his head off of his body. Oh, I already searched that person. Sorry, he's still just enlarged. Hey, can I take your head off?
The decaying corpse lies before you.
Yeah, yeah. Remove the head. Oh, I'm -1 strength. Hey, can somebody really has gotta increase your strength to 21. I think I can find more of these later. I really need to actually get his head off of him. Oh. Well, I was good anyways. I just really need to make sure I get his head off. What if she cut off the wrong head and she brought the wrong head back to them and was just like, what the fuck is that? He's like, you said his head.
The head breaks off cleanly from the drow's body.
I literally could have borrowed Karlak. Karlak literally has an axe on her. She has a hammer currently.
Object catches your eye. A lantern, it seems.
Broken.
Though no light flickers within.
Broken as an old heart. Nothing but dust inside.
Shoot this for him, yeah. I only need a 10. Wrong head? What did I dig? Exactly. Exactly. What if we just brought this... Who wants his head? Whoever wants his head, what if we brought back his dick to them? They'd be
This
like,
is pixie
"What?"
dust, used to illuminate
It's
a
like
lamp.
you said his head.
Or left behind after a pixie's death.
I'm so excited for this, though. Oh, I mean, I already kind of investigated. I know what it is. Oh, okay. Go to its house, I guess.
You see no burner or wick. It was not fuel that lit this lamp, but magic.
Pixie. Okay, time to loot the other bodies. There is a lot of them here. Oh. Yeah, they're freaking dead down there. I'm sorry. I was just about to say mushroom. The mushroom people, mushroom tavern. I do remember that now.
Can't bear to think about it.
You don't need to. We're together. Drow. That's what he did
let's
to you.
Oh yeah, sorry. She fucking got thrown into the fucking water.
I was so worried. Didn't it hurt you?
No, I'm all right.
I think
Did
I
the
got him
sergeant
killed
hurt
before.
you?
Oh, who cares? We're together now,
I
thank
do agree. The
Ironhand.
mushroom is so fucking cool looking. Okay.
We
I
ought
got
to
so
thank
used to ending
someone a
at
little
4, and I'm
closer
like, oh, it's
by,
4,
I
10
think.
in. No, it's
Good
not. I can play as
Ironhand
long
you
as I
may
want.
not be, but you damn well fight like him. I'm grateful, don't mistake me, but why help us? You're one of them, aren't you?
No. I'm trying to crack my knuckles. Okay.
You did just lift a mountain from our heads, so...
I lift a mountain?
Good enough
I'm
for
strong.
me, I reckon.
I did cut his head off and it's probably dangling by my butt.
Here. The Iron Hand gnomes honor their debts.
I do agree.
With Walburn gone,
agree.
that falls to me.
Make it quick. We need to find Walburn. Now.
You're a little late, Barkus, my lad. He's already been sent to Moonrise Towers. We were just slave hands to the cult, but not Walburn. He knows things. Things they want to know, too.
What has he gotten himself mixed up in now?
Oh my god. Big, beautiful Karlak. I love Karlak. Being coy. Yeah. We're not gonna be mean to them. But, like, we're gonna persuade them. Asshole, my bad. You were still right about one of them being an asshole.
You'll call me mad, but fine. Walbrun's found the formula for rune powder.
What?
Aye. The explosive of Gaerdal Ironhand's own creation. Fistfuls, wiping out armies.
We haven't gone to
those old
Cataract.
stories. Only Walburn couldn't leave the stories be, so he went and bloody found it. A small supply tucked away down here with a manuscript.
Take the
He
burn.
just made sense of the formula when the cult jumped us. So he burned the damn thing.
Haven't even
If there's a
finished Act
single
1. I
copy
know.
left,
That's why I'm just like,
it's
damn.
sitting in his head.
There's so much left in this
Those
game.
absolutists pull it out and make rune powder. They could flatten the whole of the Sword Coast.
Hardly barely seen shit.
I wouldn't trust them with a bloody butter knife.
Entirely true.
It's a fight for another
I
day.
hit my trash can.
My people can barely stand, and
But
we
she
have
deserves it.
business
She
back in the
does.
city.
Dude, it was really cute with the ending that we got.
Business is what
It
sent
was
us
just
after
cute
the powder
seeing
to
Karlak
begin
and Will
with.
be buddy.
Now,
just helping each other out
we'll
and
have to
going on a
make
little
other
adventure.
arrangements.
Damn, she's so
And
cute.
just like that, you'd leave Walburn behind.
Yes.
I knew you lot were foolish, but I didn't know you were cruel.
If you knew half as much as you think, my lad, Walburn might have kept you around.
Yeah. I'll do that.
He'd admire your resolve and your optimism. My people will find somewhere to
forgot how much
regroup
talk.
across the lake.
I'm just so
Then
glad I don't have to
onto
read
the
it.
city. If you find yourself in Baldur's Gate, seek us out. We'll raise a glass to Walburn together.
Hey, I post a picture of my characters. Are there cameras? Yes.
Wait, is that a bruise there?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Oh yeah, I forgot I cast a spell on him.
My sister, dead by Nir's hand. Mana, I'm so sorry.
Sorry. I can get her body back. No, I can't. It's gone. It's fucking gone. Okay. Oh, I need to.
Baldur,
There's nothing of fortune on the other side of that. This is where we need to get. Where am I? That is up above that I need to go. Oh, there's a body up there too, actually. Marcus. I need to post the pictures of
That put the wind
Mochi.
back in my sails.
She's been just like asleep here. Oh my god. Their fucking bodies just like dangling off the side. Oh, is there any merchant still here? Oh, there is, actually. It's him. Let's go talk to him. Excuse me. Yeah, okay.
have been you. I can't bear to think about.
I got big plans for us. Ain't no one stopping Clan Flameshade.
You okay? Hey. Can I?
I got big.
Okay, I can't talk to him anymore. I wonder if I could talk to these guys. Hold on, where are these guys? And then I could just walk up that way. Yes, I just want to sell some of the things I have right now. I do need to go the other way too. There's one way that way that I need to go, and then there's one way to the forge as well. That would have been so many people I would have
The true
to kill.
soul. The battle.
I just want to
see what you've got.
Okay, yippee. Okay. Down. I've got other stuff up here. Down. Wow, I took a lot of his money. I don't think he has anything really worth me taking. Do we have a shovel? We do. We do own a shovel. What's this one? Ooh. Oh, ew. Oh, can I put that on?
That's all then.
It's. Can I put that on? I mean, he does have a good one too, but I like these swords better. Put that there. Oh, that makes it so when I kill the merchant, they drop the entire inventory. I do actually like that. That's really handy. What's hammer? Yeah, I like that better. What does this one do? You're saying thing. Well, this is kind of better. I don't know. I'll leave that on for a little bit. Since we did all that, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna try to get to the forge at least because I want that.
Don't mind if I do.
Just kidding.
All right. Time to skulk about.
Don't pick it up now. I misclicked it so much in everybody's toes.
Just out a few. Breathe deep and move.
Okay. Anyways, so we're gonna go up here. I don't know why I need to just go about it like that. I need to find. That's what I need to get to. Can I fucking fly? What's the easiest way to get over there? Oh, maybe that way. How do I get over there? Oh, good heavens. I get over there. I get over there from over there. Can I jump there from there? Ooh, let's see. Okay, I'm not telling. Why do you sound like a little kid that's been caught with something? I'm not telling you. The way we got over there before, I think, is one of them flew. But I really want that. Where am I? Can I stand on top? Oh, I can stand on top of that. What's that read?
In the beginning came morning, then night.
I got a
Two
chalice.
sisters clashed, one dark and one light.
Cute. I don't need to take his
always room for more
phone question mark.
Let's have a look.
Damn, they've been dead. What a way to fucking go. Oh. Oh my god, the little mask. We need that.
Stone mold, used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
Oh, I see. What's this one do? Uppies, I see. What does this one do? If I hit back, it should go back. I see. Can I leave somebody there? Can be turned into bombs. I did not know that. I see. I see. Except I can't see because I can't go further that way. Oh, I see. I'm gonna leave. Bye, Astarion. Have fun time. The girlies are going on a trip together. Just the girlies. I should bring out Lae'zel and have a girly squad. That was scary. I don't think I want to go this way yet. Like that way. That's the scary part that I have interacted with before, and I don't think I want that right now. Let's Garnet the bench. Amazing. And Garnate. Okay, let's see if I can make this. Oh! I can! Oh, is there stuff over there? Can I go further up that way? Well, there's a chest there that I kind of want. Can I jump? I can! Come on, girly pops, don't hit me. What's up here? Hey, I need one of you. Oh.
Hot foot. Place is trapped.
Okay, Carla.
Don't burn yourself.
I grazed it with my toe. Okay.
Let's get going.
What's all the way over there? What's that?
Very well.
Oh, where am I? Moo. Well. For science, I'm going alone. I left Shadowheart somewhere. She didn't make the jump. That went oh fucking crazy. I don't know why I just stood there. So I think I think I kind of fucked myself up there. Not gonna lie. Get down. I think I should still reload. I think I kinda we're just gonna do that. I made an oopsie. Hehehe. Me. That's how it would die in a freaking D&D campaign. Is my stupidity of just standing and staring. Come here, Mochi. You want to sleep over here? Come on. We only have so much left, and then you're free. Free. Well, you're not really free because you like sleep here. Where am I? Oh, I see.
Breathe deep and move.
I don't remember what is at that side. But we're gonna go here. Oh, is nobody else following me? I guess that's fine. Pressed all the wrong buttons. Oh my gosh.
Watch how you go. There's a trap. Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Well, that is the track mechanism.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Ooh. Jump for it. Oh, I almost marked it so that she lands. She landed right on it. We're like playing hopscotch. I should have checked the skeletons, but that's okay. Bone. Let's do one more hippity hoppity. Hippity hoppity. There was frickin' bone.
No traps, please.
Candle. Take that one. Oh, it goes that way. Hey, wait a minute. That's weird. What the hell is that? Where the hell did that go? Okay, where am I? Orb of dark vision.
Something's off. Pure shadow. Around me. Inside me.
It's what now? Phrase is ruined by fits? What phrase? Fair though. Real as hell. I don't know where I am. I don't know if I've walked this far before. Oh, it's on the other side. A pouch. What's in the pouch?
Are those specks of adamantine in this slag?
Oh. Hippity hoppity? Ah, yeah. Okay, fair. Fair. So did I just get... I got boots? When did I get boots? Misty Step? Oh, Misty Step. Very rare. I didn't even know these existed. You could have on his dead fucking body. Oh, that's the one. That's the special one I got. This one. Ooh, okay. Check his body. Ah, bone again. Okay. Now I'm going to jump. Damn. And that just gets me over there. Maybe there's something over there? I'd really like to go down that. These are fucking huge and they're so cool. Came from... Okay, they came from killing the bitch. That's what I figured. Damn, did we not kill him in our playthrough? Because I've never seen those boots before. Unless somebody else in the group had those boots and I just never saw them because they had them. This is so much jumping. Mochi, don't press that button. She stretched her toe. And I was so scared. She was going to press a button. And now we do that. Because I finished that. I do remember... can I make that jump? I mean, I made the jump the other way. Do my girlies not want to follow me? Did they not make it across? Oh.
There is work to do.
What to do?
Oh, I caught Harley at the end of that. That's okay. Skip-a-boop.
Anything. If not
Let's see
over,
if they make it.
then through.
Shadow Heart's a little special.
Open
All
up.
I remember is that these guys came alive one time. And I think I should take their weapon away from them.
No. I'm your husband. It's my job. Shit. Look up there, would you? If that shithead falls, I ain't cleaning the splatter.
He's called me a
Floor's
shithead.
covered in rust. Must be older than bone dust.
Hey, Karlak, I'm actually quite scared of having multiple people on this. So stay right there.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Don't touch me.
This lever.
Let's move.
Yeah, let's move.
careful. I'm bite.
Okay, sir, calm down.
Shouldn't have wished
Fight the robot. I am not fighting the robot today.
Was over in a flash.
Oh my god, no, I don't think I could do that fight. I just want to get this part unlocked. I think we're gonna go deliver the Okay, and now
Here goes nothing.
we're gonna all teleport this way. I hope I grab everybody. Yeah! Ancient Forge, and then yeah, we're back. Okay, so we made it here. There's a lot more stuff I need to pick up. I have some of the molds. This was an intense fight when we did it. But I know there's ways, not to like cheese it. But I am excited for that. But I do want to go give, I'm gonna pick that up.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Man, did I step in fire? No, it was just the... Oh, I was like, where? I don't like dealing with them, and I didn't fucking save. Where's it? There.
Time for a cull.
I don't know what the best thing to do here is. Let's start it up there. I don't really have flesh.
Now this is my happy place.
I just wanted to pick that up. Just gonna leave her here.
The dance macabre.
I actually don't remember these guys. Poison resistance? That's a really cool armor. Can I take it from you guys?
Time for some bloody work.
Oh, I see another guy. Hey, Harley, pick that up. Fuck. Okay. I might be a little guy in the wrong place. Ow. Okay, only one. Okay, that was 7. Hey, Mochi, your toes. Did you know there's a flesh to gold spell? No. Can I turn their flesh into gold? As it says. I think axe. I cast axe. Oh, I forgot about that. Hey, he's coming down. 1% into a gold statue. That's so funny. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, Karlak, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Yeah.
Ready for this?
I think I'm in love. Like... Oh, I guess I could have clicked that. Oh my god. Wait, I can go back.
I'm heating up.
With a Karlak. She just took them all out. This time you just go loot his body. You can't do that.
Comes easy these days.
Oh my god. Oh my, she just took them all out. Oh. Just put Karlak back in. Please, just put Karlak back in. Is this just action? Yeah, just cast that. Just get him weak and then... Karlak, finish him. Actually, that guy. No, yeah, actually, Karlak. Finish him. Damn!
Alright.
And
what now?
She calls you soldier. Oh my god. She got a little bit hit. just gonna take all this stuff and sell it. But for now, oh my god, bro. This is gonna be like easy. No, it's not gonna be easy. I need to keep up with a lot of stuff, but like, oh my god. Oh my god, that stupid demon thing that goes around in a... Oh, is that more stone we can get? Get down, everybody. Get down. Oh, I still have the freaking axe. Mochi's hitting a pressure point in my arm and it kind of hurts. Okay. Oh. Okay. Loot your body. You have money. Oh yeah, this fight right here. It's not even fight, this sneak. How much she likes you based on what she calls you when you talk to her? Oh my god, really? Oh my god, I should talk to her right now and see what she thinks of me. Actually, I don't know what she thinks of me. Character sheet. No. We're in a good relationship right now with her. Okay. Save, just in case I touch too much fire. Actually, I might need... I want to examine that. I think I actually need Carlac for that. Hold on. Group all. Everybody, together. Carlac.
King. If you insist.
Anything else down here? Lava. I didn't know where that ore actually went. I forgot about those texts. We're not even down there. I'm really hungry. I think I'm gonna make a meatball sandwich. We had meatballs yesterday and it was quite good.
No time to rest?
I think I'm going to...
Don't waste a step.
It's 35. We have all this done. We have the entrance here occupied. Occupado. So I think we go deliver his head back to the little mushrooms. Temple. Night song. Yeah, fine. That's the moonrise. I'm not going to take that path because I do want to go through. There we go. I do want to go through the mountain pass.
Is my species evolving?
Oh my god, in our playthrough we did accidentally kill that guy.
Perhaps.
Where is he?
At such an accelerated rate.
Does he have anything to say to us? I forgot about that guy. I don't know what we decided with him. Anyways, we're gonna go up here. I like these mushroom guys. These mushroom guys, like you said, they are really freaking cool. Oh, actually, let's talk to Fula.
I'm coming along, just not fast enough. Any word on my people?
Got to see him.
You did?
Yes.
Then I owe you more than I can ever repay.
I don't know if I've ever saved them.
Thank you.
I'm almost sorry to hear it. I hope to have the pleasure myself. There's plenty more guarding my people, but I'd say you've made a fine start.
Okay. I don't really care how long it takes. Anyways,
Seems like a good moment to talk.
They look so freaking cool.
Peacebringer.
Me?
Be at home.
Okay. I have a severed head with me. Oh god, I don't like the jaw.
The drow sought to shatter our
He said,
circle.
ooh, a
Now
trinket,
his
thank
flesh
you.
may feed its growth. In dealing death, you have brought this circle life, and thus we name you Life Chanter.
I get a new name. Life Chanter, okay. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, I really hope that at some point my mic picks up Mochi snoring.
So shall your song. Wherever you go,
Oh my
only
god.
listen, and you may hear it.
You made a whole song for me. Oh, Mochi, don't press that. Did we get that area open? We did. Oh, look at them! Oh, I love how they look. They look like the different types of mushrooms. What did he give me? This one. Voice of the Circle. That's so cute. Gotta put that necklace on. That's so much cooler! The mushroom people literally are so fucking cool. Does anybody else need a necklace? Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna give this to Astarion. No, I'm gonna give it to Shadow Art. Just kidding. It didn't go there. There we go. Oh, they're so cute! Look, there's more! They literally are so fucking cool. Like, I love how they look. Their little dancey dance. Okay. So this is go back to find the temple. We're gonna ignore the moonrise. So we do have stuff still there. I think I'm gonna talk to some of the people here. So I don't remember. I would know I've talked to these guys. I don't remember what I've talked to them about. So, Lord.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
Your mom.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Also open a door near you. Oh, he did. Oh my god, I've sold so much to him before. Oh, we're not selling those. I love just seeing the mass of. We need that. It's not that. What else does he have anything good? Starfish! Starfish! Fish head. Clam. Hi. Oh, I was supposed to check.
Very well. I have
I was supposed to check. I forgot to earlier. They are medium proficiency. So we're gonna take those off. He has no shoes. And I'm gonna give him these ones. I'm going to give him these ones. These ones should be... Yes. Okay, better.
Yeah, I'll join her.
We're making our way. Hearing their fucking laughs. Boots on here are probably good for Astarion. Okay, fair. I'm gonna wear them for a little bit. I think I have already looted this place. Because his butt. Yep. Yeah, I think I have already been in here. Bottle. They pushing bottle. Bottle. Tin cup. Bottle. Bedroom. Bottle. Who the fuck was this guy? I forget who this was. Examine. But don't look in there. I don't remember who this guy was. Reference to my favorite creature? I don't remember, like I vaguely remember, but I don't remember fully because it's been so long. I really want that crystal. I'm gonna do this though. I'm gonna switch shoes. Can I wear these? Oh, I can wear them. When you cast a spell that requires concentration, you gain 1 month. Do I need anything for concentration? I don't think so, but I actually think that would be really good on her because I have a spell on her that is for concentration. Or I just take back these ones. I might actually give these to her. And put shoes there. We're gonna do that for now. Okay. Oh my god, yes! Wait, I remember when you... Yes. Right when you messaged that, I looked over and I'm like, wait, I remember your favorite ones because they're the funny little ones. The one you probably just want to float and be left alone. What a fucking life. Let's see, I don't know if she had anything
We'll be clearing
good.
out soon enough. You come across a noble stock mushroom about. You give it here. Gods know I've earned it.
Do you have anything nice? I do actually like the scale mail. Very nice. You can have this. All of it, confirmed. Bronze chalice. You can have it. You're not getting that. Pearl? You can have that. I like keeping the armor because I like, you know, like fashion show. Picture of one? Fuck yeah. What else do we have? These ones aren't bad. I do actually like this. This is a really nice, armor. The noise happening right now sounds like the, cartoonish, like when somebody's really cold and they're chattering their teeth. That's what it sounds like. I mean, there's only a couple of blue. I do love this. Medium armor, so I could. An allied. See, that's just a really good. This one's just a really good one for me particularly. But I think I should get a better armor. Heavy armor. Ooh.
What's the story?
I think that's really good for her and looks really cool. At least for right meow. Stealth checks. Okay.
What's next, I wonder?
Radiant shockwave. Okay. All the armor you get in Act 2. Hail mail, it's medium. You add to your whole dex modifier. Okay. That's why I'm like, I like some of these. And like this one in particular, I know I've put on Gale before. I've used this one in my own run. But I know we're about to forge some, possibly armor or... I give her a finger? Ooh. That might be... Mm-hmm. I meant to say that might actually be nice because I use that. Ooh, I do like that. Potion of speed. Resistance. Antidote. But I can find a lot of stuff. That might be nice to get. Oreb Grenade. Observation. Vaulting. Okay.
70 years of terror.
I don't know what mushroom she's talking about. I'm gonna go leave us where we're gonna pick up next time. So I'm gonna leave us over here. I'm going to save and we're gonna be done for today. Saving. Quick save successful. We're gonna quit this game. And I say that was a good time. Yeah. Sorry, it's Celeste. Is it actually Celeste who came out? Oh, she's snoring. I don't even think she properly snores. She just actually like, oh, not what I wanted to do. Did Deadlock have an update? Baldur's Gate is trying to connect and that's perfectly fine. She's like snoring. It's called Doc? Gave it to Shart. I think you gave it to Shart? Ooh. Well, we'll see. Remember, Carlette can't wear anything heavier. Ooh. Ooh, okay. We'll take note. Remind me all of this next time. In a sense that, like, I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to take note of that so I don't forget. Let me update Deadlock. I'm gonna open it as soon as I close stream so that I can go check out the new champion. The new character. But I think that was a good welcome back to Baldur's Gate. I need to figure out how to be entertaining on stream. Me entertaining? Never. Let's see. I need to actually get back into working, like, stream-wise for, like, I think we're just gonna end it today. Of, like, promoting, doing things and everything. Oh my god, my bitrate! My bitrate's fucking dying. I wish. Oh, it's better now. My bitrate, I looked over and it was just fucking red. Oh, it's probably because I was downloading Deadlock. Oopsie. Anyways, I am a coward. Coward. Yeah, we can do this one. Anyways, I'm gonna say goodbye for today. I love you all. Thank you for an amazing stream today. I know it's chill and just us yapping about what to do and how to fix things, but because we haven't played this in so long, so I don't know what the fuck I was doing with Harley. Anyways, it was very good. I think it was successful, and I still had a lot of fun, and I missed this game a lot, so I'm very excited. Other than that, I will see you all next time. We say bye-bye from here. We have stream on Wednesday. I will play Outlast Trials because I do feel like that, and it's a fun way to bring in new people because I love Outlast Trials so much. I will have an edit posted on TikTok and YouTube Shorts tomorrow. I need to edit it still. I'm trying to figure out if I just want to do the one clip or a compilation of all of them. So we shall see. Anyways, hello, Dion. Goodbye, Dion. But please take care. Post myself. Oh, I need to post the pictures of Mochi. Like, actually, because she was being really cute. But yeah, other than that, please take care. I'll see you all on Wednesday. And that's it. I love you all. Bye-bye.